All righty, we ready to get started? Nicholas will probably join us in a while. So welcome everyone. Laura, would you do the roll call, please?
Commissioner Haskell,
Present.
Commissioner Goulden,
Here.
Vice Chair Koff-Sill,
Here.
Chair Taylor,
Present.
and Commissioner Targ is not present yet.
All right, so how many people do we have on? We've got 10 attendees. All right, so let's get started with oral communication. List of you have planning commission meetings with us before, but I'll just remind people, oral communications are things that are not on the agenda for tonight. So is there anyone who has issues that are not related to tonight's agenda? Looks like we have 3 hands. So why don't we start with Caroline? Go ahead.
Good evening, Commission, Commission Chair. Thank you for taking my comments. I just wanted to know if you received my email of this week and if you were able to share it with your committee members. These are issues that have been raised by many residents over the years. This is issues with Calwater, our water, and public safety in general. And I hope that you can convince, because we have tried and nothing has been done so far, to convince that water should be the next topic that we should address before we commit to building more housing, regardless if it's multi-unit housing or just single ADUs, whatever. It's been an issue that has been addressed on several occasions and nothing has been done. And this is a public safety. And I hope you can convince Town Council that this is urgent. Thank you.
Thank you. So Laura, is there any way to, when we bring attendees in, to turn their video on? Do you know? Because I was just thinking.
No, we're not able to do that.
Okay, fine. All right. Bob, looks like you're up next.
I'm actually glad to hear you can't do that because I just got out of the shower.
All right, well, we won't turn your video on by surprise.
I'm fully clothed, for the record. Two issues, one of them administrative, I apologize, but I spent the last 2 weeks with 3 emails trying to confirm that you had received the verbatim transcription that we talked about at the last planning commission meeting, and I didn't get confirmation back. And so I'm sort of at a loss about how to clarify whether that was received, as we discussed during the meeting 2 weeks ago and incorporated okay.
Okay, so I want to be careful that, oral communications is, we don't typically do a lot of discussion. So maybe I can just ask Laura to quickly comment on this. Laura, have you received these, and are they getting put into the minutes of, what was this, 2 meetings ago?
I did receive the email and they will be integrated into the minutes. I have
Awesome,
not.
thank you. And then the second issue, I need to apologize. The comments at the end of the meeting 2 weeks ago made it clear that some of the commissioners didn't understand how large the high fire hazard severity zone as determined by CAL FIRE actually was. There was a comment indicating that the thought was it was sort of negligible size. And so I feel like I failed in communicating that actually the high and very high fire hazard severity zones combined comprise about 65% of Portola Valley's area. And I had said that explicitly, I think 4 weeks ago. On 2 separate meetings, I noted that the central Portola Valley with its network of canyons forms the part of the high fire hazard severity zone as determined by CAL FIRE. And so I was concerned that I failed in that. I realized that the ship has sailed on that ADU ordinance amendment. I'm guardedly hopeful that the town council will turn the ship around and send it back to you. But please realize that the high fire hazard severity zone, it's not a frivolous determination. The canyon network in central Portola Valley represents a very severe fire hazard. If any canyon gets going, it will be devastating. And we don't know what our evacuation capacity is. So I'm quite concerned about that misunderstanding. And again, we have the option of excluding ADUs as mandated by the state based on public safety, and I think that certainly applies. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Rusty, looks like you're up next.
Thank you, Chairman Taylor. I understand from the ASCC meeting on Monday that there's likely to be a meeting of the Planning Commission and the ASCC by the end of this month, I think June 30th, to review story polls for the Stanford project. And I'm just would like to request the Commission to clarify tonight whether that's the case, and also what steps will be taken to solicit public input and comment before the Planning Commission and the ASCC convene on that subject. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Rita, it looks like you're up next.
Thank you very much. This is Rita Comas Whitney, just asking a question on behalf of Portola Valley Neighbors United. We had submitted a letter yesterday, and I just want to make sure all the commissioners had received a copy of it.
Yes, we have, and I would say this is actually part of tonight's agenda, not oral
Okay,
communications.
thank you.
Thank you. So Laura, do you want to speak to the meeting on the 30th? I mean, that agenda will come out, what, a week ahead of time?
Yes, there's going to be a joint meeting of the ASCC and the Planning Commission for those members that are not recused for the Stanford Faculty Housing Project. And we're going to be looking at two topics. That's going to include the scope of what the story polls and the staking plan will be. So that is one topic. And then the second topic is going to be related to state density bonus law to respond to some of the questions that commissioners raised at previous meetings. So we're doing that jointly to get the feedback on the staking and the story polls. It will be a public meeting, and so the public is welcome to attend and provide comments at that meeting on the extent of that. There will be a normal packet that will be published the Friday before the meeting. And we're working on the website content right now in order to be able to release some town news and e-notify to those residents that have asked to be notified on projects, on items related to this project.
Great, thank you. All right, so with that, I'm going to close oral communications and move on to the public hearing for this evening. So let me just pull up the details. So tonight we have a public hearing to review an application for a municipal code text amendment, a conditional use permit amendment, and an architectural site development review for the expansion of the existing fire station, station number 8 at 135 Portola Road. So with that, staff, do you have a presentation?
So I'll go ahead and share my screen.
Thank you.
Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can. I'd say if you can just make it full screen and get rid of the stuff on the side, it's probably better. Yeah.
Okay.
Now we're in. There you go. Perfect.
Okay. I'm going to just push everyone over here just because I'm dual screened.
Okay.
Great. So thank you, Chair Taylor and members of the commission. So this item before you is a review of the municipal code and conditional use permit amendment proposed for the existing fire station located at 135 Portola Road. And so the one thing I do want to note is I have added the project website on this front sheet, and it's also this front slide, and it's also at the end slide for anybody that's tuning in for the first time tonight. Welcome. This is all of the information thus far in terms of the meeting minutes, meeting recordings, staff reports, etc. So I just wanted to let everyone in the sound of my voice know that. All right. And so for those people tuning in for the first time, I'm just going to go over, I'm going to do a brief overview of the site. The site's located at the intersection of Portola Road and Alpine. An existing fire station built in 1977 exists on the site. It is surrounded to the north and west, or sorry, south and west by residential single-family homes. And from the north and east, the administrative professional zones and community commercial zones, which generally allow offices and commercial strip malls. The site is noted in the general plan as an institutional use, also noted on the comprehensive diagram as a fire station, or the general plan map as it's commonly known. And it's also noted in the Nathorst Triangle Area Plan as an institutional use. And lastly, the parcel size is just over 1 acre. To the right here is just a zoning map snippet showing the subject site and then those zones that I mentioned previously. This is all of the single family homes that encompass it on this side. All right, so briefly going through the site plan. So the proposal is to expand the fire station, both in floor area and impervious surfaces. The project conforms to the front, side, and rear setbacks. It does exceed the allowable floor area and impervious surfaces as defined by the R115 development standards. And then also it is proposing 18 parking spaces, 2 of which are designated for ADA or accessibility spaces. And so this is something that the Planning Commission would need to determine as per the code. Staff just wants to note that these blue dashed areas are just impervious surfaces, or they are permeable paver areas. That was a comment that the Planning Commission had provided the project team the last time in terms of softening these parking areas that are located in the front. So that's just to point out that area that's called out. And then also in terms of the height, conforms to the height in terms of the R1 zoning district regulations. And so turning to the actual expansion of the station itself. So there's 3 components. There is a new apparatus bay of roughly 985 square feet, a turnout room, which houses the equipment that the fire responders use, of 287 square feet. Also within the station, there is new offices, dorms, and then a training room, a captain's office and whatnot of 565 square feet. Staff will talk about this a little bit more in detail further on in the presentation in terms of this expansion. So this adds a total of 1,837 square feet to the existing 3,971 square foot station. All right, so kind of just giving some historical context on the previous Planning Commission meetings. So at our March 17th meeting, we had a preliminary review of the zoning text amendment and also the CUP amendment and the on-site parking components of the proposal. And so some of the discussion the commission had was centered around that use of the public buildings within the proposed code amendment, the quantity of the on-site parking, quantity and location of the impervious surface areas, green building techniques for the actual station, on-site drainage, and lastly, tree removal. Some of the comments that we received at that meeting expressed concerns related to the on-site parking, the quantity and location, noise, landscape screening, on-site drainage, tree removal, and then also the use of that public buildings language within the proposed code amendment. And so turning to the May the 10th, 2021 ASCC review. So the ASCC reviewed the architectural and site development permit components of the proposal. And so their discussions centered around landscaping, tree removal, lighting, building design revisions based on neighbor feedback, the location and the quantity of on-site parking, and also the scenic corridor impacts, Portola Road and Alpine Road scenic corridors. And then the comments that we received at that public meeting expressed concerns related to landscaping, tree removal, location and quantity of on-site parking, and the scenic corridor impact as well. And so at the conclusion of the meeting, the ASCC did move to recommend approval to the Planning Commission with an added condition of the landscaping plan to be reviewed by 2 members of ASCC, also with solicitation of neighbor comments prior to building permit issuance. So staff did add this as an additional condition. So it's condition number 8, Exhibit B, Attachment 1, as part of your report. All right, so now with kind of the historical context in terms of meetings, staff just wanted to lightly touch on those scenic corridor impacts that were expressed at the ASCC meeting. So just 2 items. The subject property is within what's called the primary vista corridor boundary of the Alpine Scenic Corridor plan. But it appears that the fire station's construction and conditional use permit approval predate this plan. Secondly, the subject property is also within the Portola Road corridor plan, but the fire station, which was built in 1977 again, it does predate this plan, which was adopted in 2015. And so in terms of the actual implementation of these 2 plans and the scenic setbacks that are required per code, the fire station front setback is currently 49 feet 9 inches, which is just 3 inches under the required 50-foot setback for the Portola Road portion for a Portola Road scenic corridor special setback. That's a mouthful. But the code does consider the fire station conforming since it was built before the date of the ordinance adoption, which established that 50-foot setback. And the setback only applies to structures, and the code does not define surface parking, ground parking as a structure. Additionally, at the May 10th, 2021 meeting, the ASCC did find that the impact to the Portola Road scenic corridor is reasonable, considering 1, the location of the fire station is existing, 2, the surrounding uses, particularly the commercial uses, the gas station, and across the street. And in that component, they also found it reasonable considering that the parking location patterns for those surrounding uses, particularly the commercial uses, are similar to what is being proposed. And it's also similar to location patterns that we have for public buildings throughout the town. And so, long story short, the impacts to the corridor were found reasonable, but there really aren't any impacts given that the front setback is not encroaching within the already established 49 feet 9 inches. So staff just wanted to mention that in terms of the comments received at the last meeting. And so now turning to the bulk of the request for tonight. So the first item we'll cover is the municipal code amendment request. And so I just wanted to give kind of an overview again, just kind of what got us to where we are today. And so the site, originally the R1 zoning regulations did allow for the fire station use if you define that use as a public building, which was the language that was in the original regulations. However, our code does not have a definition of a public building. Subsequently, there was an ordinance passed that removed that public building language from principal uses permitted in the R1 zoning district. So what that did is that created a legal non-conforming situation for the fire station. And so typically with the legal non-conforming use, they're generally designed to be phased out over time. And so with this proposal, with the expansion of the fire station, it would not receive any protected status under the town's code. And so staff's understanding or staff's analysis of this amendment that removed that language was it may have resulted in an unintended consequence of the current regulatory constraint. And so with the site being governed by the R1 development standards strictly, staff's view is it may be more appropriate to regulate the development standards for the fire station use through a conditional use permit, which would be approved by the Planning Commission. And so that's another component that staff will discuss later on in this presentation as well, what those development standards may be. And so going to the actual amendments that are being proposed. So based on the last meeting and the feedback received to public buildings versus fire station, staff is now proposing that the language is to add the fire station, when located in conformance with the general plan to the list of conditional uses in the R1 district per the section 18.14.030, which regulates those conditional uses. This is different from the previous proposal, which was public buildings. And so I'm just going to kind of go through the reasoning behind the change. One, this does reinstate the fire station as a conditional use. So we no longer have that non-conforming status or issue use. The station already conforms to the general plan. So if you look at the plan or the comprehensive diagram, it does only identify this one station. And so staff feels that there's no additional anticipated impacts to other R1 sites. And also too, the general plan does note that this is to be used as an institutional use, this subject property. And tying into that, the station also is regulated by the Nathorst Triangle Area Plan. And so it also notes that this location is in an institutional area of the plan diagram. And so the plan text does define these institutional uses as churches, a fire station, and then also similar uses. So it's a little open-ended and a little ambiguous. And then, so the second component of the code amendment is that we are requesting that to allow the development standards such as floor area, impervious surfaces, height, and setback to be established by a conditional use permit. So these would create those development standards that the Planning Commission would approve, and by doing that, they would govern the fire station in terms of the maximum floor area, maximum impervious surfaces, etc., which is detailed in the Exhibit B of the conditions of approval in terms of the conditional use component. And then lastly, it's just adding a definition of fire station to our general definitions. The previous proposal was public buildings. And so we felt that fire station was a little bit more streamlined, focused. And so that language would be implemented and added into those definitions for posterity. And so just to kind of show you the language verbatim, the areas in red are the language that we're proposing to add to those 3 sections of the code. And so I'll just pause here for a moment. Okay. And so now turning to the parking requirements, which is the second component that the Planning Commission would need to consider this evening. And so as we discussed before, the code does regulate parking requirements based on a use table. And so there are ratios based on that use. But the fire station or an institutional use, fire station, public building, whatnot, is not actually defined in that table. So the code also allows the Planning Commission to establish parking requirements. And so just walking through what's currently provided, there are 8 spaces on site, and one of them is ADA compliant. And so those 8 spaces are generally within this area that I'm circling at the moment. And so the fire station is proposing 18 spaces. 10 of those would be for staff. 5 off shift, 5 on shift, we'll discuss in terms of the operations in the next slide. 2 visitor spaces, 4 equipment storage spaces, which are these areas located next to the apparatus bay and kind of off the side here. And then lastly, 2 ADA compliant spaces, which are bringing the site to current federal and building code requirements as it relates to accessibility. And so kind of talking about the 10 spaces that would be needed for staff on site, off shift, on shift. So currently the station houses 3 to 5 staff members. The current request is anticipating 5. And so just to kind of background, the staff works in 48-hour shifts. And so staff at the fire station, they do respond to all urgent and emergent calls within the town. And so when there is a shift change, there is an overlap in people going off shift and people going on shift that is approximately an hour in the morning. And so that overlap with the 2 shifts, if you will, is 10. And so the 10 would equal the 10 spaces for staff. All right. And so now turning to the conditional use permit amendment findings. So these were the findings that would be needed in order for the Planning Commission to determine to approve the conditional use permit amendment as recommended by staff. And so I can go through all of the conditions, or I can briefly go through them. It's really at the discretion of the chair how you would like for me to do this. It is rather verbose, so I didn't know how you wanted me to manage that.
Sure. So I feel like this stuff was written up in the staff report. Did the other commissioners want Dylan to go through this in detail, or are the rest of you comfortable with going through it at sort of a high level? So why don't we just, so John, your opinion?
I'm okay with high level. I
And
went through the report.
Yeah, very high level. I feel like we went over this carefully our previous meeting already, and they
Okay.
didn't, the
thanks,
findings
Janet.
did not change.
Well, I don't know what he's gonna say. If all he's gonna do is repeat exactly what's in the report, I don't need to see that again.
Okay. Nicholas?
Okay.
Okay. So Dylan, do you have anything to sort of add besides what's in the report? Because if it's just the report, then I'd say just do a high level summary.
Yeah, so it's pretty much the findings that we discussed last time. I think it's just what was built in a little bit more in these findings is we added in a little bit more flavor, if you will, with respect to, and I'm getting to the finding, in terms of finding number 6. So staff added the information about the conformance to the Alpine Scenic Corridor Plan and the Portola Road Corridor Plan, particularly given that the fire station existed prior to these plans being enacted. So a lot of the additional language that you see in the staff report is mainly geared towards that in terms of the additional landscaping and how that kind of interplays with those. And then just the last finding, which is not required for this use, is just something that I'll just repeat that the commission may want to consider. And it's just basically in the framework of that the fire station provides the emergency services to the town, that is a imperative to public safety, and the expansion will allow those services to be efficiently provided. So that's really the high level pass that I would provide to the commission. But if there's any specific questions, happy to answer during a question and answering period.
Okay, great, thank you.
And so turning to public comments. So as per required, we did send notices to neighbors within a 1,000-foot radius on March the 5th. Sorry, that should not be March the 5th. That should be a different date. It was June the 4th. And then we also ran a print and digital ad of the same notice, although a little different based on the code requirements within the almanac. Staff didn't receive any comments prior to the report publication, but we have forwarded in several batches over the last couple of days the comments that we have received. So in terms of anybody that's listening, the Planning Commission has received all of those comments either today or in previous days. And then just so turning to the unanswered question from the previous meeting that we have answered now in terms of CEQA review. So we have determined that it is exempt from these 3 sections of CEQA. And so we did provide some additional analysis within that draft resolution, which is attachment 1 of your report. And then so just the conclusion and recommendation and next steps. So staff is recommending that the Planning Commission consider the application, the staff report, public comments received tonight, and adopt a resolution which would recommend approval of the project. In the deliberations, the commission should consider these following components: the approach and structure of the proposed code amendments, those parking requirements, the CUP findings, and also the architectural and site development permits that were recommended for approval by the ASCC. And then just, if the Planning Commission finds necessary, they obviously can make any changes or revise those conditions that were proposed to the draft resolution, in order to forward a recommendation to the town council. And just so in that next step, the town council would be the deciding body for this project, given that they do have purview and charge over municipal code amendments, municipal code text amendments. And so with that, just wanted to point out again, the project website, we update that frequently. We'll update it after this meeting, and then we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Dylan. So commissioners, why don't we start with questions for staff? And then Laura, before we start, is there going to be an applicant presentation as well?
Yes, there will be.
Okay, great. So let's just limit these questions just to the staff report and try to keep them focused on that. Then we'll get the applicants, we can ask them questions. Then we'll go to public comment and then we'll have a general discussion. All right, so with that, are there questions on the staff report? Go ahead, John.
So I want to check my facts on zoning for this. And I'm specifically, here's what I think I understand. We're talking about the R1 zoning district here, and this proposed code amendment only changes the R1 zoning district. The other point I want to check is by R1, we're basically talking 2 small areas of town. It's the Corte Madera area and Brookside area, and then over by the Village Square, the Wyndham Circle, and then kind of halfway up the hill between Wayside and the other road over there. So they comprising, 10 to 20% of the zoning within Portola Valley. The remaining residential zoning all being RE. Are my facts correct so far?
I think
I
that's
believe-
an accurate description. Yes. Dylan, did
Okay.
you have something else?
Sorry, I jumped ahead. Yes, that's correct. I agree.
Okay, and then the other key interesting question I have is, so in the bulk of our residential property, the RE properties, we already allow public buildings as a principal use. So the only place, so it is not even a conditional use. I think it's a principal use. So we're actually, is that correct?
That is correct. Public buildings, if they conform to the general plan, are allowed as a permitted, not a conditional use within the RE zones.
Okay, so for 50 years, we've allowed public buildings in the bulk of the residential areas, and we've not had any problem that anybody's aware of, right?
No problem that anyone's aware of.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions.
Other questions from the commissioners?
Yeah, I have a follow-on to
Sure,
that.
go-
And, if you could just summarize the implications of rezoning to AP versus the approach staff has taken, it would be helpful to understand the choices that we're needing to make here.
I'm sure I'd be happy to do that. Some of them are kind of detailed, so I'll go ahead and get into that detail because I would anticipate that many of the commissioners and the public will have these questions. So when we're looking at this project, it may be possible that the AP or the CC zone could potentially work in terms of the development standards. The landscaping could be an issue, and it could be possible that the project would require a variance because the amount of impervious surface that's necessary in order to accommodate the driveways that they need for their movements. So in that way, the AP or the CC zone might work, but might require an additional entitlement of a variance. We also looked at the Northwest Triangle Plan, and that is a part of the general plan that Dylan was referencing in his presentation. And as he said, it's identified as an institutional use in that plan, and it's the only parcel that has that designation. And like he said, it allows uses such as churches, a fire station, and similar uses. It does not include office and other commercial uses. So there are classifications in that plan that include office and commercial, but this is not one of those areas. So staff concluded that it was intentional, that certain uses were allowed on certain parcels. And so we think it was not their intent to allow commercial or office on this parcel when they developed that plan. So we would not want to amend the zoning in such a way that allowed uses that are not allowed by the Northwest Triangle Plan. So we would not want to create an inconsistency or a lack of clarity. And the AP zoning district does allow offices and commercial uses. So that was a big reason why that we have made this recommendation to you. We do find that it's also common for public safety facilities to be located in residential districts. So many cities and towns have fire stations that are located in neighborhoods in other people's equivalent to R1 zoning. This is on purpose so that there's access to residences from fire stations. Lots more reasons. This was the approach that was requested by the applicant, and we didn't get any feedback last time from the Planning Commission to look at anything else. So we didn't dig any deeper than what I'm describing to you right now. We don't think that other R1 properties are going to be affected by this since no other fire stations are proposed. And the language specifically says that the only fire stations that are called out in the general plan, and only one is identified in the general plan. If we had the use as a conditional use, I'm sorry, if it was in the AP, it would be a permitted use. And so we would have less regulatory control over it than by having it as a conditional use. So we have the CUP mechanism in order to strengthen any potential impacts on neighbors. It would also bring it more in line with the permitted uses in the RE zone. And the AP zone would also allow the sheriff's office, which received a lot of concern from the neighboring uses, and it could open the door to other types of public uses at this location. And there was also some questions about what might happen in the future, or how do we apply some of the other larger housing laws that are going on at the state and in our community at this time. And an ADU could be permitted on site under either scenario. So we don't see a difference there in terms of what could potentially be allowed with an ADU. We have no reason to think the fire station is going to propose one at this time, but certainly we wanted to create housing opportunities when the Planning Commission considered that last time. There's a state exemption for ADUs that are standalone ADUs, but that only applies to multifamily buildings. So we don't think that this site as a fire station would fall into that category of multifamily. So we wouldn't be subject to that state exception that the Planning Commission was talking about last time. So those were the reasons that staff proposed it in this way. And if there's any clarifying questions, I'd be happy to try to answer those.
That was helpful. I do have a different question, but I'll let people follow on with questions on that for Laura if they have them.
No, that answered my questions. Thank you, Laura.
Nicholas, do you have any follow-on?
Not on that subject, no.
Okay, Judith, go ahead.
Yeah, the only other question for staff right now is trying to understand the dividing line between the ASCC's responsibility and ours. So for example, they assessed it was a reasonable impact, but how do we need to think about that feedback vis-a-vis what's before us today? I don't know if you have any practical ways of helping us figure that out.
I think that the ASCC is a recommending body to the Planning Commission. This has been the practice for at least the last 8 years. We've been talking about this recently. The council did adopt what we refer to as a roll-up policy, which clarifies that the ASCC is making a recommendation to the Planning Commission, who in this case recommends up to the town council. So you should consider it as a recommendation. I think that this commission has been, a lot of kind of deference on issues related to architectural and site issues, and that's been appropriate, but it's also equally as appropriate for you to balance the issues yourselves, because these are certainly policy questions that have to be balanced. There's not an obvious answer in this case. And so that's the Planning Commission's role, is to balance those.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? All right, let's move to the applicant's presentation. Who's going to provide that?
Yes, just bear with me 1 second here.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Welcome.
This thing on the top. Shoot. It's kind of funny how the Zoom always puts the things right in the way where you can't click the button to start the slideshow. How do I move this? Oh, like that. Well, hi, thank you very much for having us this evening. It's a pleasure to be back. I'm Mike Wasserman. I'm with Capital Program Management, and we are the fire district's owners representatives / project construction managers for all their projects. And we will be kind of explaining this in sort of 3 parts. So I'm going to kind of explain what the existing problem is. Chief Lindner will be explaining sort of what the station needs are, and our architect, Bill Gutzel with CJW Architects, will be explaining what their solution is to our problem. So basically, our problem is we have outdated and aging facilities, as Dylan previously noted. The building was originally constructed in 1977. It had a remodel in 94 and 95. It doesn't comply with the current Department of Homeland Security requirements. It doesn't comply with modern fire station design safety. Doesn't comply with accessibility code requirements, and the station does not accommodate the current needs. It has been a long time since it's been remodeled. A lot has changed since that station's been built, and it's time to modernize it and bring it into the current time frame, provide a better, safer place for the firefighters. The current station does not accommodate the current needs. The current station only has 1 office and 3 bedrooms, which is insufficient. They have to double duty the office also as a bedroom. So that's very inconvenient, to say the least. In addition, when they have some additional people there, they have to set cots up into their fitness room to accommodate additional sleeping quarters. Their clean turnouts have to be stored in the apparatus bay. So this is a pretty big deal with the pollution from the diesel exhaust on the trucks that contaminate their gear, right? And so that is a big problem that needs to be fixed. The apparatus has to be stored off-site since there's no more room on-site. They were storing a piece of equipment off-site, but then the Homeland Security's requirements are that that's not okay. You can't keep fire apparatus outside. So they had to relocate it to a different station. So currently we're a little short on our apparatus at Station 8. There's not enough parking, the staff spots to accommodate the night before changes. So since a lot of the staff is commuting from a distance. And they often come the night before their shift. So they don't have to deal with all that crazy traffic driving to the Bay Area from wherever they might be living. So that's also causing a little bit extra need for sleeping room and extra cars. They have visitors actually that come and need a place to park, and they have equipment that needs to be parked as well. And when they go out on a call, visiting apparatus comes to cover their station. And they also, for other reasons, in the case of a more major emergency, will have to be accommodating additional out-of-town equipment. And there's no good accommodations for that. There's no way to really park the equipment or to safely drive the equipment around the site. So I'm going to turn this over to Chief Linder now to kind of talk a little bit about the current staffing needs and what the needs are of the station. And then after that, Bill will explain what the solution is.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, everybody. Chairman Taylor, members of the commission, staff. Thank you for having us once again. The slides, as you see, they're a repeat of what you saw in the last meeting. What I wanted to do was give a little more detail on the staffing, the vehicles, the parking, and just give it a perspective, not only from Station 8's perspective, but as a district, because I think it kind of intertwines. And so, yeah, we have the minimum staffing of 3 personnel at Station 8, can go up to 5. And then depending on other incidents that could happen, we could have more people there. As Dylan was saying, we have the 24-hour shifts, but they do it in a block of 2. So it's 48 hours on, they get 4 days off, and we do that rotation based on 3 platoons. So yeah, the shift does technically start at 8 a.m., but there could be any time frame before that where there's the incoming and outgoing of personnel from that. We do have that cadet and volunteer program through the College of San Mateo. It was kind of not being utilized this last year because of COVID, but now that restrictions are being eased, we will be re-implementing that program. So those personnel will be back with us, if not by the beginning of this next year, by next year. And then of course we have our chipper program, which we are expanding. And I think that's going to play a role in this too, as far as vehicles and parking. As a lot of you know, this program has been in place for quite a number of years and is only getting more and more detailed. It's getting more and more important. And the simple fact of the matter is we used to utilize them seasonally, but now the team is being utilized year round in various forms, whether that be through the chipper program, vegetation management, or other uses through either the district or the towns. As far as the personnel, what I wanted to kind of reiterate here, the district employs 55 people. Of the 55 people, we have approximately 20 to 25 people that are staffed in district daily during the business week. So for 40 hours a week, we have the potential to have 14 people who are line personnel, firefighters, paramedics, battalion chiefs, et cetera, and 10-ish administrative personnel. So we have 24 roughly people who could be on duty. So you have 24 vehicles. The vehicles within the Woodside Fire Protection District, I have between 30 and 40 vehicles within the district that I insure. That's engines, rescues, ambulance, support vehicles, command vehicles, the chipper, trailers, et cetera. So we have, say 35 with the 24 people, we have the potential that if everything is in service, everybody's working, everybody's in their vehicles, that we could have 60 vehicles within the district. We have 4 locations, Station 7, Station 8, Station 19, and our admin office where I'm here personally. So if we were to split that 4 ways, we already have 15 spots. That doesn't include change of shifts, doesn't include any visitors, doesn't include a station tour, doesn't include a strike team deployment where we're sending personnel out of the area to fight a fire and we have to hire back, meaning their vehicles are left on our sites. Yet we have more vehicles there because of the staffing that we had to increase. So it was easy to look at it, personnel wise as just Station 8, but I think it is much more broad than that. if we look at what the potential is for the parking and the staffing as a whole. Next slide. Next slide. So the vehicles that we have at Station 8, we have our engine 8, which is the primary vehicle that goes out on calls. That's what's staffed with the minimum of 3 individuals. We have water tender 108, which is the larger vehicle parked right next to it, which is an as needed vehicle. It's cross-staffed with the 3 people that are on engine 8, and that has a 3,200 gallon stainless steel tank attached to it. That's basically a moving fire hydrant. So it usually responds to larger vegetation fires, areas where water access might be limited or decreased to provide that potential for increased water supply. Then engine 508, as I was stating before, once again, is our 4-wheel drive brush vehicle that is able to go off-road, be able to fight, same thing, vegetation fires, or be able to access properties with limited access, driveways, trees, etc. So because of where we have right now with the 2 apparatus bays, we moved that from Station 8 to Station 7. So we'll be bringing that back out to Station 8 with the addition of the new apparatus bay. There's no plan to increase the staffing at Station 8 to staff that. Once again, it's cross-staffed. And or if one of our other apparatus goes out there to cover during an incident, they can always pick the vehicle up and respond to the scene to assist. We have on site currently a communications trailer that's used by the public, by members of the community, members within the emergency preparedness side of the district. That is housed on site. It plans to remain housed on site and is a vital piece of equipment that we need to keep on site. So once again, that's another piece of equipment that's not included in my plan, but it's absolutely needed within the district, that in the event we have a communications failure, they have the ability to provide that service with communications to the Office of Emergency Services, to the town, and to the citizens via the CERT teams, et cetera. And then, as I was saying, we have the chippers with the chipper trucks, support trailers, which is not getting smaller, it's only getting bigger over the course of time. Yeah, as Dylan was kind of saying earlier, obviously our activity is to respond to emergency and non-emergency calls. We have the daily duties as if the people are living in the house, because that's what they're doing. We provide all of our training, not all of our training, but we provide training on site of Station 8 with the large ingress egress sides that we have for the apparatus entry and exit, also from within the building, but we have the ability to do that on site as well. And to do the cooking, dining, cleaning, maintenance, and sleeping. But back to the training side of it, and the training, the vehicles, the parking are all kind of intertwined, because we've talked over the course of the last 2 years, we've gone into detail with feedback from the towns, from various committees, but primarily, more importantly, from not only ourselves, but the residents that live next to us, that our initial plan was to have everything pushed to the back. We thought initially that hiding it was going to probably be best, but hiding it for us was not hiding it for a lot of our neighbors. And it was a huge impact, and it made perfect sense when it was explained on their behalf. So that was our reason for moving it to the front, because it is so close to the more commercialized areas, the gas station, the business offices across the street. It does make sense to move it up front. Thought processes were, well, why can't we move it to the opposite side of our property, where the egress side is, or the commercial side where the fuel station and Ramey's garage is? That is the primary area where we train. That's where the fire hydrant is. That's where we position our engines, patrols, the personnel. We stretch hose lines. We throw ladders towards the buildings from the apparatus that are parked over there. To have any parking over there would be a huge issue, not only safety wise, but just potential for damage to vehicles in that area. So we really don't favor that in any way, shape, or form. There's like those 2 spots that are impervious, kind of in the back portion that was in the plan. That's where we're going to put the communications trailer and any type of equipment that is easy to access, but not has a low potential for any type of damage. That's what we would put over there. The area up front, you know, as you can, if you do the math with what my capabilities are, and that's just today, we're expanding as far as the chipper program. I could easily provide vehicles to fill those parking spots and then some, but reality is we have engines that go out of service, they're getting fixed. We have I'm in one of the department vehicles. We have a handful of people that utilize the department vehicle to take home, but it's only 4, I think it is. But we have that potential to have just a lot more vehicles. That area up front, I know that there's been a lot of discussion with the tree removal. If there's any people that should be sympathetic towards this, it would be us. That tree didn't exist when we took that property, and it was our firefighters that planted that. That tree has grown significantly. In the 26 years I've been here, I've seen that tree do a lot of damage, not only to the grass that we initially had with the roots being exposed and popping up, but the potential for it. I have no idea if it is already under the station. I don't know, but to me, I'm not an arborist. I'm not going to answer that, but to me, the tree already is too big for where it's at. And if we put parking anywhere around that, to me, once again, I'm not an expert on this, but I think we're going to be compromising it even more. And I do not want that damaging any vehicles, the public, or the building and my staff. So we don't take this lightly, but any stretch of the imagination on a removal of a tree. There's a lot of trees that are being preserved. But unfortunately, you know, in regards to being able to provide the most optimal services that we can for the citizens, that's the way, you know, it needs to be in the respect of this entire plan. And this was after, you know, numerous conversations with a lot of people. But that's pretty much all I have. Bill?
Sorry, let me unmute myself there. Thank you, Chief Rob and Mike. Nice presentation by both of you folks, as well as presentation by the staff. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor and Planning Commission. A lot of problems have been identified by the Chief and by Mike, and I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the solutions. As Chief Linder indicated, and as Dylan indicated, we're increasing the number of bedrooms from 3 to 5 and 4 to 5 if you consider the existing bedroom office as a bedroom. Currently, the office is used as a bedroom when they have additional staff there. So somebody can come knock on the front door, and the fellow or the firefighter who's sleeping in that room can literally open the front door from their bed and let that person in or respond to whatever might be an issue. What we will be providing are some dedicated offices, which they only have one right now. We would be looking at adding 2 additionals and a reception area and a firefighter's office for report writing and whatnot. The new turnout room, which is where the turnout gear is stored, that is the equipment that the firefighters wear, the turnout coats and the pants and boots and whatnot that they wear on the response calls. The new apparatus bay, as Chief and Mike have talked about, as well as Dylan, the apparatus bay will house a piece of equipment that is currently off-site and is not able to serve this side of town perhaps adequately, and it would be really nice to get that piece of equipment back over on this side of the town so that it can serve the neighbors on this side of town. There's additional parking spaces that are needed, and as noted previously, we started looking at additional parking spaces at the rear of the site, which did not obtain favorable response. We had initially had parking spaces at the rear of the site that were perpendicular to the property lines, and therefore shined headlights and whatnot into neighboring properties. We tried skewing those parking stalls 45 degrees to the property lines, and that was still not adequate based on neighbor comments. So through a number of different schemes that we looked at, we ended up landing out in the front yard. And certainly to do that, what we do need to do is take that one tree out. Any parking that we put out there and the loop road that we need to have in there, it's about 35, 40 feet of space. So whether it's oriented one way or another, it's always going to need to take that tree out one way or another. While I'm on the subject of the tree, by the way, which Chief had some concerns about from the standpoint of just the size of it, the arborist report does indicate that that does have codominant leaders on it at about the 25-foot level, which means from the standpoint of a 75-foot tree, there's about 50 feet of codominant leaders sticking up, which means it's two leaders or two heavy trunks of the tree that are up in the air and at a very high level, and can split very easily, number one, and cause a lot of damage to anyone or anything below. The drive-through for the visiting apparatus, when we started looking at the need for that, some folks considered that possibly a nice to have situation. In this case, what it really is, it's a really needed situation. When a call from this station is entered and the firefighters go out on a call, there's rotating coverage that needs to come to this station and cover this station, cover this side of town, cover the residents in this side of town. If they have to drive in and then back out, any backing situation for any type of vehicle, be it a car, a small car, is dangerous. We all know that. But when you're backing a 55,000 pound fire engine, it's particularly dangerous. And so what we would really like to do is eliminate the possibility of the need for the equipment to back up. In this case here, when visiting apparatus is here, they are able to go through the front drive-through, and the length of that is necessary because of the turning radiuses that are necessary for that size of a piece of equipment. So that is a necessary situation that we have where we're obviously paving a lot of area, but that's necessary to have. Well, we are providing improved training facilities for the staff, and that's training for weight training and whatnot. General building remodel, we will be re-roofing and we'll be remodeling the kitchen, painting, floor finishes, ADA accessible toilet rooms that are not compliant currently. Parking. Chief talked a little bit about existing parking and went through the numbers that they currently have on site there, which is 7 + 1 ADA, which is 8 parking stalls total, plus 2 parking stalls or 2 pieces of equipment that are actually parked on landscaping. As noted previously, when they do have 10 people on site, the existing parking is simply not adequate. And what that really leads to is firefighters either parking on Portola Road and decreasing the visibility along Portola Road for either outgoing fire apparatus coming out of the station or bicycles or for other vehicles. The required parking to accommodate just the existing conditions that they have there right now is 8 staff plus 1 ADA plus 2 visitors and 4 equipment for a total of 15 right now. And what we're asking for and proposing is 10 staff, 2 ADA, 2 visitors, and 4 equipment for a total of 18. There you go. Thank you. The town ordinance does not address fire station parking requirements, and the town has the latitude basically to determine based on a comparable use. And I provided for you a few of the comparable use ratios that are required for some of the other uses here in town. Retail parking has a ratio of about 1 to 150 square feet. And for our situation here, if we took that ratio, what we would need is 26 parking stalls for the existing situation and 29 for the proposed, substantially greater than what we're asking for at this particular point in time. A medical or dental parking is 5 places per doctor, and that would equal 20 existing, again, and 25 for proposed, again, in excess of what we're asking for. Banks and businesses and parking, the ratio of 1 to 200 square feet, again, is 20 for existing and 29 for proposed, again, substantially over what it is that we're asking for. And so we're not really asking for an excess of parking here. What we're asking for is what the district currently needs right now and has established as what their need is. The solution, to continue the solution, we've had several design review meetings with neighbors and plenty of input from them. We did remove the sheriff's office. We relocated the proposed drive through to the front of the property. We relocated the proposed additional parking to the front of the property, removed the exterior lighting from the new apparatus bay back wall, and reduced the number of and size of windows in the new apparatus bay. We'll maintain the existing landscape buffers at the neighbors' properties. It should be noted here that the district intends to maintain and irrigate the landscape buffer between the station and the south neighbor. And as that neighbor has planted and maintained that area for many, many years. There are some redwood trees that the neighbor has asked that be removed, and the district has agreed that they will be removing those redwood trees. There's a potential issue with those redwood trees also harming their residents' foundation, and they're concerned about that. I should note that that particular property line on the south end of the property, that neighbor has asked that the fence along that property line be a chain link fence, probably green or black coated, but they would like to be able to still see the plant material that they planted over the years and that we're going to try to maintain for them. The other property line fences, we will likely do 6-foot high redwood fences, and that would provide some additional screening. On the west side, we would be looking at additional landscaping and hedge-like material that will provide some privacy for the west neighbor. And that neighbor has solicited the input of a third-party architect, not third-party landscape architect, I'm sorry, not the landscape architect who's on our team, but ask them for some input with regard to what kind of plant material would work best for them on that particular side of the site, and that would provide the screening that they're looking for. And so we're more than willing to work with both neighbors in developing a landscape plan that will work for them and that will be beneficial to them. And we still have some input to receive from them. And we will have, as the ASCC has asked for, at least an additional 2 ASCC members who would review the final landscape plan prior to permit submittal. So revised design was presented on March 17th to the Planning Commission, and we received favorable review comments on the parking and circulation revised. And revised the location then was presented on May 10th to the ASCC, and they unanimously approved conditionally pending planning committee approval. The Conservation Committee review comments of the revised site plan is indicating a preference of the original proposed design. Anything more there, Mike? If you have any questions or that we can answer for you, please put them out there.
So commissioners, do you have questions for the applicant? If you could stop sharing the screen, there you go. Great, thank you.
One question.
Go ahead, John.
The location of the drive-through in the front versus the back, from just a functional perspective for the fire department, is one location better than the other?
No, the way I looked at it initially was mainly for a vehicle to get around the building real quick if they had to, without having to pull vehicles out of the garage. So doesn't matter whether it's in the front or the back. And the other one was to stretch hose lines. What we do right now is we stretch the hose lines through the garage to the other side. And my initial vision was we would stretch it around the back, and we can do that around the front. So it doesn't have that impact.
I would just additionally add to that question. The drive-through is there because when those visiting pieces of equipment do visit the site, they don't have the opportunity to drive through the apparatus bay. When Station 8 apparatus leaves the station, the doors automatically close within a given amount of time. And so the site is secure, and that's part of the Homeland Security requirements. So when another engine shows up on site, they don't have the ability to drive through the site and drive through the app bay and make it an exit. And therefore, that's why the drive-through is required. They don't have controls. And oftentimes it won't just be fire apparatus from the district, from the Woodside Fire Protection District. It could be, because of mutual aid, it could be an engine that comes from the Menlo Park Fire District, or it could be from Palo Alto, or it could be from CAL FIRE. And so none of those vehicles will have any type of controls for the apparatus bay doors.
Other questions from commissioners? Ann, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks Chief Lindner for this presentation and your service. I have a few questions for you and then probably some for Mr. Gutschall. Right now there's 8 parking spaces. How do you get by with that? What happens to the other cars and at the shift change and when visitors come?
If you drive around there during various parts of the day, if it's in the morning, what they tend to do is which I don't like, and which sometimes because of hindrance, they'll park to the rear, to the ingress side of the apparatus rooms. So if all of our vehicles are in the station, the garages are closed, they pull up right to the garage, and then they park right there. They get their equipment out or their food or whatever it is. My fear is then we get a call. They get a call, and then their vehicle's sitting there for X amount of time. Or what they've been doing is they park on the curve, that ingress curve. So it would be on that, like I said, the ingress side towards the back. They kind of park along that little leftward turn as well. So it's the parking spaces, the apparatus doors, that curve, and then sometimes they'll even park out front. They park in the rocks out front, which we really try and not have because of the traffic. Mainly the bike traffic is the ones that concern me.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. And your main reason to having these plans to take out the redwood tree that's under discussion, I guess, from a lot of people is because of the damage it has done or could do to the building and the parking lot? Or is it to get the 18 spaces of parking and not, let me say, 15, you know, to get 3 more parking spaces? How much do you rank each of those issues?
It is all of it. It is all of those. The biggest thing for me is I just don't see, you know, there's been discussions on leaving the tree and just building the parking around it. And I just, in trying to remove dirt and remove stuff, you know, I mean, that's where the roots are. And I don't know how deep those roots are. The way it shows is I don't think they're that deep. And I just don't know, you know, the negative impacts that would cause. And, you know, with the reports and the facts that, you know, I think it's outlived, you know, where it's at. I don't know if it was planned to be that size with that close proximity to the station. That part I don't know. So it all plays a role.
I would like to add, if I could, to Chief Lindner's comments.
Yeah.
Where the parking lot is located right now, underneath that parking lot is where we are planning to put the stormwater retention tank that will address a flooding issue on site that many of the neighbors have had voiced concerns about. Locating that retention tank under that parking area, we originally looked at it being maybe under the ingress driveway until we started putting the parking out front. Now it makes sense to put it under that parking lot because now, rather than dig a big hole on the ingress driveway to install the retention tank, we can now install the retention tank in the new parking area and maintain the ingress to the station. That retention tank, along with the pervious pavers that Dylan noted earlier on, the pervious pavers section requires an excavation of probably 18 to 24 inches deep, where you have a base rock, a base of base rock, then you have your pavers. Under that goes the retention tank, and you have to have a certain amount of cover over that retention tank. And the retention tank is generally going to be maybe in the range of a 3-foot diameter to 4-foot diameter corrugated underground pipe. And so you can imagine that the excavation there is going to be in the range of 5, 6, 7 feet deep. And as Chief Lindner alluded to, the roots in the area there are in some way, shape, or form going to be affected. That's a reality. And whether it happens now or whether it happens later, you're going to affect the root system of that tree and its ability to hold that tree up.
Good. I'm just asking to ask all the questions. Could you go back to putting the retention tank in the driveway, ingress driveway?
Well, you'll have a period of time when the ingress driveway is not functional. And then the only way for the engines to get into the station would be to back down the egress driveway. Again, we're trying to stay away from backing vehicles on the site to the greatest extent that we can.
Okay, but that backing up would only have to be for the length of time that it takes to dig up the driveway, put in the retention tank, patch it back up. I mean, I have no idea how long that is, but that's time the vehicles would have to drive in an inconvenient way.
So in addition to the retention tank, the pervious pavers that we would be installing in that parking lot are going to be needing at least 2 feet, I would say, of excavation to put the base rock in and then the pavers. So you're potentially infringing on the root zone of that tree in that regard as well.
Okay. Let's see, I had a few more questions. Right now, I mean, Chief Linder kind of hinted that people park out front. Can I call it in front of this split rail fence in between there and Portola Road? I see vehicles there, and I've parked there myself when it was time to visit Santa. Is that split rail fence gonna still be there, and in a pinch, could cars park on that dirt patch in between the fence and the road?
Split rail fence is intended to be maintained to maintain the rural character of the site.
Mhm. Okay, and I know people don't like parking there, but okay, in a pinch, maybe we could do it. Next question, there are a lot of redwoods on that property right now, and many of them are quite tall as this one in question that's, I think, the biggest diameter one. And now you just talked about removing some of the redwoods towards the south neighbor because the redwoods were encroaching on that house, I understood. Do you have a number for how many redwoods are there right now, and how many are getting removed? I guess what I'm really trying to get to is how much to focus on this one redwood when there's others that are going to remain and others that are going to get taken out because of neighbor request. I mean, I don't want to make too big a deal out of one certain redwood.
Without looking at the plan and not being prepared to necessarily give you a specific count, I can estimate, I would say there's probably 20 to 25 redwoods on site right now, and I think we're taking out probably 10.
Okay. And that includes the ones that the neighbors kind of requested you to
Yes.
take out?
Yeah, and that's the caveat is that I would need to do a count on that. I'm sorry, I don't have that count directly in mind here.
I did kind of a rough count today, and I thought there were probably 30 trees on site that looked to me like probably half of them were getting removed as between the neighbor requests and that type of thing. So the other two ones that are kind of out front are on the plans intended to stay.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And I guess, do we have
I'm sorry to interrupt it. There are on the west side property, there are 5 or 6, I'm recalling, that the front neighbor on the west side specifically asked us to maintain and not limb up. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
For screening, you mean they wanted them to
Yes.
block? Yeah, okay, I see.
Yes.
Yeah. And do we have I don't know what I'm asking for, but maybe an arborist report? Many people, I mean, just the public have asked, oh, can't we just get by with 15 parking spaces and save that tree? Do we know, does an arborist think that if parking is very close to the tree, but the tree not cut down, is the tree going to survive? I think you kind of alluded to digging down to put in a retention tank. That's doing development next to a tree is hard on a tree. I'd hate to go through a lot of gyrations to save the tree from being cut down during construction, but then it dies because there's parking spaces right next to it.
We've been as thoughtful as we could to limit the amount of construction near as many trees as we possibly could. And if they were too near, either limited the construction in that area or took the tree out.
I guess I want to ask a more harsh question. If we said you could build but only 15 spaces and you had to save that tree, would the tree still be alive in 5 years, or would it, would it die anyhow because there was parking dug right next to it?
My opinion about it, and I'm not an arborist, but my opinion is that that tree would potentially suffer. And I don't know what the final outcome of it might be, but it would potentially suffer. Aside from the fact that it does have the co-dominant leaders on it as well.
Mhm. And my last question, I think, is probably for Chief Lindner. This is an if. I just want to know if we said, it could go ahead, but only with 15 spaces. I had to keep that tree there. What would be the bad ramifications? Would we just hate it that we were on the Planning Commission in 5 years from now? How bad would life be for you and for the community? Cars parked places or?
I'm used to safety issues being, protection of the community regarding emergency services. So it's difficult to talk about parking like that, but the only perspective I can say is, of the 4 locations we have, the admin building, we are maxed. We can't park any more vehicles here. Station 7 in the new building, we are maxed. We can't add more cars. Station 19 up in Emerald Hills, the fire suppression side of it, we are maxed on the parking. The lower portion is the available parking where our community training room is. So to say that I'll never use the parking spaces, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to use them, definitely. To say that I need 3, I probably need more than 3. And it's the only way I look at it for the future. It's not necessarily I'm going to need more firefighters per se. It's the prevention side. We all know what's going on with wildfire and fire prevention and and vegetation management. And that's where I see us needing more. So I see us needing those parking spaces. Right? 3 sounds like it might be insignificant, but it's pretty significant to me. I see the future. I may not be here, but they're going to get utilized.
And I mean, I guess the question all comes down to how frequently, and can they just park in that dirt space between the split rail fence and the road? Or can you send people over and make a deal with the businesses across the street?
We've never been an advocate. Our board members are not advocates on the street side. We have 1 board member for sure that will call us if there's any vehicles in front of the station. Generally, it's not ours. I won't say where they're coming from, but generally their concern is the public. Their concern is the bike riders, joggers, there being that curtain that's put up. And when there's vehicles parked there, when we're leaving in the engines, the larger the vehicle, it's difficult to see out there. So I don't encourage it to my staff. It does happen. As far as renting space, I can't be an advocate for that. I don't know what's going to happen with those spaces. That a week from now, I'm told that that's not going to exist, and I can't plan for that. And I don't want to commit kids walking across the street or having to go down to the corner to go over the crosswalk to come over for whatever. Can it be done? I'm sure anything can be done, but I don't particularly care for it.
I would add to Chief
Okay,
Lindner's comment there about parking in the commercial area here. You would certainly not want to have a firefighter moving his vehicle when a call came in, and your response time is then increased because the firefighter is essentially playing musical cars with his vehicle. I've been in a situation in downtown Menlo Park. I worked there for 20 years where the parking is you have to move your car every 2 hours, and it's not convenient at all. And in this particular case, for emergency responders, it would be critical, I would say, for them to be able to maintain their vehicle parking on site.
Good. Thank you both. That's all my questions right now.
Thank you, Ann.
Oh, if I may, through the chair, I just wanted to answer Anne's question related to the amount of trees being removed on site. I have
Oh,
that
thanks.
information
Yeah.
if she would like.
I'd love it.
So
Thanks.
there are, of course. As discussed at the May 10th ASCC meeting, it was noted by staff that 16 significant trees as defined by the code were being removed. This was based on the previous arborist report that did not include any of the trees that were suggested by the neighbor's third-party landscape architect. So the numbers are 13 coast redwoods, 2 coast live oaks, and then there is 1 Douglas fir. It's noted as number 48 on the tree survey numbering, but I wasn't able to locate it. In looking at the trees that were added in the most recent arborist report, which staff did not receive in time to put in the packet, it looks like there may be 1 additional tree that would be included in that count. So we'd be looking at potentially 17 significant trees, and that is including the one that we're discussing in front. So I just wanted to provide that for the record.
Right. Okay, thank 17, but that does not include the extra ones at the neighbor's request.
The ones
That'll
at
be
the,
additional.
they are not considered significant except for 1. So in
Oh.
terms of the size of the diameter at chest height. And so in looking at the sizes that were identified on the previous arborist report and the one we most recently received, there would only be 1 that would be significant per our town code. So that's why I'm including that one in the 16 that we would differentiate between insignificant and significant per the code.
Thank you.
Other comments from commissioners?
A couple questions. All
Yeah,
right,
thank you.
when you cited the number of spaces, when you look at comparable use areas, you cited doctors and office space. What about other fire stations?
Sorry. That is typically a based on need assessment on fire stations that we've worked on previously. And in some cases, we've had to be quite creative in figuring out where we put the parking. Sometimes they only are parking staff vehicles and not the amount of equipment that the Woodside Fire Protection District has. But it varies from station to station, and it's usually not a set requirement within other local jurisdictional municipal codes. It's often determined by either the CUP or the Planning Commission.
Okay, so there's no comparable numbers that you can offer us today.
Not in the Portola Valley code or other codes in the area that I've dealt with.
Or even the other 3 stations that have been mentioned.
Those have been based on the number of staff, and it's usually based on a staff level and some of the other pieces of equipment that might be on site.
Okay, so you don't have that information. In terms of the other use of parking spaces, you've asked for storage, parking spaces to be used for storage. I'd like a little more detail on what needs to be stored in a parking space and whether it's you've defined it enough and you know it has to be in a parking space. Can you provide context?
Sure. Chief has mentioned the chipper program. So the chipper program has 3 trucks, 3 full-size trucks and 3 chippers. The chippers are in the range of probably 17 feet long, which will take up a 19 to 20 foot parking stall. So it's the same size parking stall that you have for a vehicle.
And is the weight the same? Like they have to be in a spot that would support a vehicle?
Yes. They're heavier than a typical automobile.
And do those serve the whole district or just the local area?
Chief could answer that.
They serve the whole district.
And are there other chippers within the district that have parking spaces?
Currently, 2 of the chippers and a truck are housed at Station 7 in a dirt section behind a tree.
Mhm.
That's the only thing available. That'll be gone once we do the reconstruction.
Okay,
Judith, could I ask a follow-on?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what are the number of parking spaces in the other stations?
Station 7, I can't remember, Bill, I think it's over 20, 25?
Yeah, there's 10 rooms there. So for shift change, it's 20 plus equipment storage.
And then
19, I'm not familiar with what the count is there.
Yeah, Station 9, or Station 19 has, I believe it's 6 or 7 on the fire side. And then I think there's another like 12 or so for the training side. Then there's 3 or 4 up top. So 20, there's 20 plus there as well.
Plus street parking's available there if somebody needed it, right, for visitors.
It's not encouraged.
I've parked there, okay.
Yes. But as we all know, that the overflow definitely goes there.
okay. And I heard an arborist report mentioned, it wasn't included in our packet here. Was there a substantive arborist report that looked at the things you're saying, or was the arborist report just characterizing the trees and significant or not, and where was it? I would have thought that to make those conclusions that you're making, the arborist would have been consulted, but maybe I missed it.
So the additional arborist report was a request from the one of the ASCC meetings. Our initial arborist report covered a certain number of trees that we considered we were probably going to need to remove. And then we got input from the south neighbor who asked that those trees beyond the fence line on their property be removed. We initially did not survey those because they were beyond a fence line that we considered to be somebody else's property and didn't have permission to enter. So we initially did not include those in the report. We added them later on. We added the trees on the west property line after the consultation from the third-party landscape architect suggested that many of those trees there were volunteers and that they would not be they would be crowded out possibly by some of the other trees in the area if they weren't thinned out. A lot of them were volunteer trees and a lot of them were sparse to begin with, and they weren't going to provide the screening, the visual screening that that particular neighbor was looking for. And so as a result of that, they were also insignificant trees or not of heritage size. So the suggestion by both the third-party landscape architect and our architect was to remove those trees and plant screening material on the west property line that would serve that west neighbor.
But it was not a look at the one significant tree in any substantive way. That was not part of whatever arborist report looked at previously, right?
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
The one significant tree that we're kind of more focused on that you're saying is codominant, et cetera, has that been the subject of a substantive arborist report as to the roots, as to the danger, anything, or was that not part of what the arborist was looking at?
That was originally included in, I think, the second arborist report, and it's included in the third one now too.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, Judith?
No, not for now.
Okay, thank you. Nicholas, do you have any questions?
I do. I have a few. First, it sounds like there's some improvement in the pervious surface through the use of pervious tiles or bricks, which is something that we had asked after. Well, I'm wondering if you could comment on that a little bit.
Is there anything specific that you might like to understand there?
Yes, we had asked after the use of pervious cement or bricks or the like, and there was a question whether they would be sufficiently strong so as to support the weight of a fire truck. It sounds like you've done your research on that, and you concluded that the answer is that they would. Hoping you can speak a little bit to your thought process in working through that and what the net gain was.
So there are different types of pervious pavers available out there, depending on what the use is going to be. And I've had discussion with civil engineer on that about the type of block that might be used there. And there is a block that has a thicker section, number one, and then you provide a thicker base rock section, and the native material below you also prepare in a certain way that it will be sufficient to support the load of a fire engine.
Great. And in that thinking, how did that change your, did you decide to use that kind of paver? I heard you say that there was concern about the impact of the pervious pavers on the roots of the trees. And I'm hoping you can speak to that a little bit more fully.
So in the front parking lot, it wasn't really just the pervious pavers that were impacting the tree out front. It was likely more the excavation that was necessary for the retention tank, as well as the pavers in that area. The retention tank excavation is probably not as wide as the pervious pavers for the parking area might be, but nevertheless, it potentially impacts the root system of the tree.
Great. What is the area of the pervious pavers that you're going to be using?
Specific number that I have is probably parking lot there is 30 by I think there's 10, there's 10, 9, 90, it's like 90 feet across the front, probably 270 square feet there, plus some in the back, 2,700 square feet, I'm sorry, across the front. Some on the side where the chipper truck and the chippers would be stored. And then the pervious path on the back of the site, there's probably in the range of 3,500 to 4,000 square feet of pervious pavers.
That sounds like an improvement. And the Fire Protection District has committed to using those?
Yes.
Excellent. So it sounds like there might be a little bit of a trade-off between using the pervious pavers and the maintenance of the tree.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the excavation that is going to be involved for the new fire station. I know that there was a historic underground storage tank that was located there, right?
Not something that I'm aware was there, but it's not uncommon for fire stations to have underground storage tanks, and all of the stations that I've worked with have had the storage tanks removed.
So I checked, and there was a 1,000-gallon leaking underground storage tank that was located at the site. So I guess my question that was closed in 2006. So question, and it looks like it was excavated maybe in 1999. It's a little hard to tell. So the question they have is, what is the depth? Are you going to be taking up the slab of the building and going down deeper in that area at the site? Or is this more of a rehab?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question.
I'm concerned that you're going to be digging into dirty soil. And so my question is, what is the depth of your excavation at the site? And can you speak to that?
I can't speak to where the location of the previous tank. That was before my time.
Yeah, it's online. I'll send it to you. But
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
But if you could identify where you're going to be digging or where you're going to be trenching, that would help us understand how there's not going to be a conflict between contaminated soil and contaminated groundwater and where you're going to be doing your work.
We don't know that the existing contaminated soil is, if there is existing contaminated soil, typically when those tanks are removed, the soil is removed along with it and disposed of and trucked off site to a disposal site.
Yeah, the closure report didn't address the soil, but it did identify groundwater as being contaminated there. So I'm interested also in groundwater. It sounds like it's like 8 feet.
That's approximately, yeah. And since we're only going for the slab, for the building slab, probably 2 to 3 feet deep, we wouldn't be in that area.
They're going to be, so you're not going deeper than.
Not for the building slab, no.
But you're probably going deeper. Are you doing deep utilities or using the existing utilities?
We have some utilities that we will maintain. There are others that we need to remediate.
So are the deep utilities that you're putting in like sewage or?
Yeah, it'll be 2-3 feet deep.
So it's just 2 or 3 feet deep. Yeah. They aren't deep utilities then?
No.
All right, so it sounds like you aren't going deeper than 4 feet.
Not to my knowledge at this point.
If I could add to that.
And anybody?
Yeah, I was just, really concerned. News to me about an old tank that was there. Rob, have you ever heard that before? That there was a tank that was removed there?
I'm only assuming right now from what Commissioner Target is saying. Is it where the current above ground fuel tank is? Is it? I don't know if you're looking at the sketch. Is it on that ingress side, closer towards the garage or apparatus door?
And just hold on, let me see if I can figure it out. So it's Portola Road. So it is on the back side of at the station.
Well, we'd love to learn more about that.
We used to have like underground fuel tanks, and they were dug up early on in my career. They were dug up both at Station 7 and Station 8. And if it is the same one, it's directly where the current fuel tank is. So I believe that's been remedied, but don't quote me on that one. If we're talking about something different, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it looks like it's just on the back side of the driveway, just on the other side by the fence line. Okay. In terms of it sounds like you've done a lot of outreach with the neighbors, which is fabulous. Can you talk a little bit about the outreach that you did?
When we initially submitted to ASCC, staff asked if we had outreach with the community, and we sought to provide outreach, and then COVID hit. And so our outreach effort was the time period was substantially hindered. It was probably 6 or 8 months before, between the time we initially submitted to ASCC before we were able to have either a Zoom call meeting and or a socially distanced site meeting. So we've had both. We've had a Zoom call with the neighbors as well as a site visit with them. We also had a in-person meeting before COVID with the West neighbor, and they discussed any of the concerns that they had. And that's when we started working with both neighbors.
Okay. And how about next door? And there's a lot of talk about the parking and the tree and the conflicts. And at the last meeting we had, I asked whether there was a conversation that had occurred regarding with the shopping center and business center across the way to lease parking spaces to have a joint arrangement. That's something that is frequently done with other kinds of facilities. It's done all the time. And I'm wondering if there was any outreach at all with the adjacent commercial area.
There was not.
And why is that?
Well,
that's to say, it's done all the time. And
understood.
If you do this kind of stuff, there are all sorts of lease arrangements, lease swaps, parking leases that go on for periods of time for different hours, for different uses. And I'm just wondering why that wasn't done here. I mean, I love you guys. You know that. I love what you guys do, your service, but I'm trying to understand. You know, you're like the most diligent guys on the block. Why didn't you go and talk to the guys across the street?
Chief Lindner responded earlier that there were a number of concerns from his standpoint. Was that if he negotiated some sort of lease with folks over here for parking stalls, that may or may not be a long-term lease, number one, or that next week, next month, next year, it might go away for one reason or another. One of the other concerns that I voiced earlier here tonight was that from the standpoint of firefighters who need to be moving vehicles during their shift, that it could be a potential critical safety issue with regard to the firefighter being off moving his vehicle when a emergency response call came in. And I would hate for that to happen in this situation where the firefighter is having to dash back across the road, a road that doesn't have a crosswalk directly across the street from the fire station. And particularly being cognizant of safety, Chief Lindner also voiced the same concern that certainly if kids see, the firefighters crossing the street without a crosswalk or jaywalking, they're not serving the public well.
So it sounds like maybe we need a crosswalk in addition to the conversation to address that.
Well, I think that the real concern is more that if somebody's moving their vehicle, the time that it takes for them to move the vehicle, that there could be a call come in, and it would potentially increase the response time for that call. The Chief might want to add anything if you like.
Yeah, no, thank you, Commissioner Targan. No, I apologize for not getting a specific quote from somebody. I'm only going by my own risk versus reward of what I've experienced in the 7 years that we've been trying to do our station build and station remodel projects. Everybody loves us where we are at. They don't want us any closer than we currently are. At one of the other stations, we've utilized other areas to park, and we were met with a resounding, get your vehicles off out of the parking area. This is for paying customers. And I don't know how many we're going to be getting, so that's taking business away. I don't know if a lease would solve that per se, but to me, that was a very resounding, we have other intentions. And then from there, it got more onto the safety issue. Is there was in my opinion, there's a reason that the sheriff's office is stationed right at the intersection there, is because even though that's the end of an intersection, Alpine and Bertola, people drive just excessive speeds. And I just didn't feel comfortable about having my personnel, parents, children going across the street, going from point A to point B. We don't do that at any station. I don't know of any station in San Mateo County that has a lease agreement for parking. I can't think of any. I tried to go back and think about that since the last meeting you talked about that, and I can't think of one.
Okay. If you take out what is this, a 60 inch tree?
54, I believe.
What are you going to do with it? Are you going to make it part of your project, or does it get pulped? Have you thought about how that might be part of your waste diversion program?
We haven't gotten that far yet, I would say, but one thought might be that fire stations that I've worked on, the staff often builds their own dining table. Be a big dining table.
I think that's what it's got.
Really big table.
Actually, we've already done that. We've already done that at 2 of our stations.
Yeah.
Actually,
You can
Station
sell
8 currently has one that's built from redwood up in La Honda, and so is Station 7. So no, Commissioner Targ, we haven't gotten to that level. It's crossed my mind as to, especially with lumber costs, since they're still high, they're coming down. Is this the optimal time? But I stopped at that point. I'm not that an expert at any of that.
All right, that's what I've got. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
John, did you have anything else, or are you good? Okay, I'll take it you're good.
I'm good. I'm good. Sorry, I had to get off mute there.
Thank
No.
you.
I have,
Okay, well, as usual, my fellow commissioners have asked most of the questions I had, so thank you for, pushing us forward. The one question I had was sort of about mitigation. And, you've clearly gone out and talked to the neighbors, and I appreciate that, and you've worked with the neighbors, and that's been great. I guess my question is, and I'm sure COVID interfered to some degree, is how much did you work with the general public? Because that's clearly one of the things we're hearing about this tree. The neighbors in the back, I don't know whether they like it or don't like it, but it doesn't as directly impact them as some of the other things we're talking about. But certainly, in terms of letters and stuff that have been, delivered to the Planning Commission, we've gotten lots of feedback about, save the tree, find a third way, things like that. And so I guess what I'm looking for is, have you spent any time thinking about mitigations? Either, one possibility is this sort of line of questions that Ann was asking of, is it possible to save the tree and maybe reduce parking? Another is, are there other things you can do on site to do something to sort of beautify the site? Or I think Nicholas was starting to lead this thing. When we built the town center, we took wood from on site and put it into the town center. And I'm wondering if you couldn't potentially think about siding for it or something. And I don't want to get into a design discussion right now, but I'm just looking for ways to, how do you mitigate with the public if indeed the final decision were to take out the tree in a way that at least people might feel better about having the tree removal? So as we go through this, that's one thing I'd ask you to give some thought to. All right, so with that, thank you, commissioners. Thank you, public, for a long path to get here, but let me now open the discussion up to the public. So if you would please raise your hand. And let me just say to the public, occasionally I see some chats coming up. Just to be clear, when I'm running this meeting, I'm not looking at the chats. So I just assumed the chat feature was turned off, but given that it's on, I'm generally ignoring chats. if you have something to say, please participate by raising your hand, and then I'll call on you and we can have a discussion with the public in general. So with that, let me open the public discussion and start with John. John, you're up.
Is that John is in silver?
John is in silver. Yes, sir. Welcome.
I think that's me.
It is.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank the commissioners and the chair for running a good hearing. I've also got to realize how I'm really getting old, because back in the day, I ran hearings that went from 9 in the morning till 11 at night as a county planning commissioner. I'm not up for that now, and 2 hours already seems long to me. So I'm losing it. But having confessed that, I've got to add on to what I think I heard some of the commissioners intimate. It's great that the fire district does such a wonderful job generally of thinking of the public safety. They do a great job. We all love them, of course. And they've apparently done a good job of reaching out to the immediate neighbors. But immediate neighbors, we're talking 3 or 4 property owners, 3. We've got to look at the whole community. You don't violate the scenic corridor plan for Portola Road to keep a couple of immediate neighbors happy. That's not Portola Valley. And I'm going to go out on a limb. Don't have a great knowledge of architectural history, but I dare say if Frank Lloyd Wright or Bernard Maybach were architects for this project, or either one of them were architect for this project, or Julia Morgan, this great redwood would be preserved. You'd plan to do it, you'd find a way. And how many times I've heard it said tonight, I'm not an arborist. Well, yeah, so get an arborist. The town needs to select an arborist who cares about trees more than pavement. Years ago, the town had a town engineer, thank God we don't have him anymore. I don't want to say his name, but his initials were Kevin Rahani, who didn't like kids, trees, or dogs. He was not a good fit for our town. There's an arborist that looks at this. It needs to be someone who loves our environment and understands it. And the idea of turning a tree into a table, I'm sorry, it's not going to mollify me. Though that's better than just pulping it, I'm sure. And also, there may be I do remember when the fire station, when I was a kid, and for those in the public who don't know it, I'm told not to say I'm an old fart because it's rude, but I am. I'm a cranky old guy. I think that shows. But being 68 and my first memory having been moving to our new family home on Grove Drive in Portola Valley, I remember when the fire station was at the corner of Canyon and Portola Road. And it was much smaller than it currently is. It was inadequate. The fire district needed to buy more land. There may be a time in the future when they need to buy more land. I think the fire district probably has the ability to use eminent domain if they need to. And if there ever is a public purpose that requires eminent domain, it's to have a fire station. And to not even talk to neighbors. I mean, my God, that we don't even want to bother to paint a crosswalk to save a wonderful tree. Oh my God. This is not the town I was raised in. It's not the town I served in public office for. It's not the town I want to serve as a crotchety old citizen right now. We need to design this station rebuild in a way that complements, not destroys, our scenic corridor. And that needs to be planned in there from plan number 1. There is a way to do it. There needs to be a will to do it. And also I do know that a lot of us who come to things newer don't know the history, don't know that, oh, gee, there was toxic waste spilled here years ago. But we as a community, we as members of institutions need to find a way not to lose those institutional memories. I'm amazed that Commissioner Targ dug up things, pun intended, that I certainly had no memory of, even though I've been in this community.
Hey,
about it.
John, I'm going to ask you to start to wrap it up.
You know what? I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your comment. All right. Well, I guess I got him to wrap up very quickly. Thank you again, John. Dave Cardinal, looks like you're up next. We switch Dave's mic on.
Sorry, I'm getting there.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, I mean, John Silver is a town treasure. God bless. Let's talk about the tree first. It's a redwood. It's a coastal redwood. They're water sucking. They're barely native. We planted 3 on our property since the firemen planted the one on their property. Ours are actually taller. And now we're having to think about spending a lot of money to cut them down because they're going to take a lot of water in the drought. So ours aren't as thick. I'm very impressed by that, but they're not like coastal live oaks or whatever. So I don't get this whole thing. They weren't here. Look at the satellite imagery. They weren't in Portola Valley when the town was formed. People put them here. As far as the fire station, everybody says, oh, we love the fire station, but if only. Well, I'm sorry, we're facing the world's worst fire season ever, and the fire station is not a developer. They're a service provider that wants to help us, and I would love to see them get whatever they need to do the job. And negotiating something with Carter War or Pacific Therex across the street or Roberts Market for a couple of years, I don't see that as a long-term solution for the next 50 years of the fire station. So I personally would love to see them get what they need to do to help prevent us dying in the next fire. So that's all I had to say.
Great. Thank you, Dave. Jan, you're up next. Welcome.
Hello.
We got you. Go ahead.
Okay. Is it me that you are calling on? I wanted to confirm that.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It is you that I am calling on. Please speak on.
All right. Well, I have to start by saying I want to talk about the tree too. I'm not an arborist, but I have a lot of experience with redwood trees. There's one coming into my property from my neighbor's property that is rising above the ground 18 inches, that is 3 feet in diameter, the size of a very, very large tree. That is invading my property from a neighboring redwood tree. It is overtaking my yard. I just looked up on Google about the roots of redwood trees. They range for 100 feet beyond the tree. I can confirm that because the trees that are on the perimeter of the egress road into the fire station and the present fire station are coming into my yard. That's almost 60 feet away, and they are 3 and 4 feet in diameter at that point. Now I have some closer redwood trees that are planted on fire station property, but they're right on the edge of my property line. There are 3 of them. They have risen above the ground almost 3 feet, 2.5 feet. They are destroying my raised planting bed. They are at my foundation at 3 and 4 inches in diameter. They are ruining my life. And now we've been talking about what can we do to save this magnificent redwood tree and how big is it now and so on and so on. Oh, I forgot one other thing. Redwood roots are typically only 5 or 6 feet below ground, ranging 100 feet out. You can't dig around them because they're deep. You will dig right into them. And I wrote prior to the last Planning Commission meeting about some of the negatives about redwood trees. And one of the things I didn't mention was that they keep on growing. If they are already a problem now, they are going to be a bigger problem year by year by year. I have no idea why anyone wants to save a redwood tree that can be so destructive, especially when you can plant something like an oak with deep roots that you can live with. So I don't understand this passion to save the redwood tree. May I also comment that I stood outside the fire station on the road at Portola Road, and I watched cars go by. It took them 5 seconds to go by, some of them 4 seconds to go by. Not one of them glanced at the fire station. Not one glance at the fire station. I watched bikers go by. They take twice as long to go by. Not one of them glanced at the fire station. All this furor about a fire station.
Jan, can I ask you to start to wrap it up?
Yes, let me
Thank you.
just say that I want the fire department to go ahead. They've been wonderful neighbors to me in many ways. They're not perfect, but they're very good neighbors. They've been working on this project for 2 years, and now we want to hold them up over a redwood tree. I don't understand it. And they would ruin my life over a redwood tree because they might want to put parking back in the rear. That would destroy my life. I'm aging in place here. I'm almost 83 years old. I'm severely disabled with chronic pain. I'm nearly homebound. My garden, my home is my life. To put in parking lot on the edge of my property would simply destroy me. So I am very much in favor of approving what the fire district had asked, what the ASCC has approved. And the heck, I just don't understand this passion about one redwood tree. I really, really don't. They're a menace in a neighborhood. They're a menace near property, and they
Yes,
shouldn't.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you.
All right. I will.
Is there any other public comment before I close comments from the public? Okay, Bob, looks like you're up next. Bob Turcott. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate the presentation and the details about the different options for zoning. One correction I would offer is the description of the public comments for the ASCC meeting on May 10th left out the expression of concern about adding fire station to R1 zone and the suggestion that it be changed to AP. That was my suggestion, and I didn't see it in the summary there. I would be delighted to send you a verbatim transcript if that would be helpful. But assuming not, for 35 years, we've had no public buildings in R1 zone, and we've done fine with that. This isn't a compelling reason to change a single-use residential zone to a mixed-use zone when a simpler, more appropriate alternative exists. Administrative professional is directly across the street. This is not a residential use of this property. It fits perfectly in the description of AP. So I continue to be concerned that this proposal is unnecessarily expansive and unnecessarily exposes the zone to secondary effects, unintentional or intentional. Rezoning the AP is much more natural, appropriate, and a surgically precise solution. The issues that were raised as objections to this seem to be rather trivial to resolve, certainly more trivial than changing a single-use residential zone to a mixed-use zone simply to allow the proposed renovation to go forward. For example, if greater oversight that the conditional use review offers is desirable, then simply specify fire stations as a conditional use of AP. You don't need to reach for a residential zone in order to get a conditional use definition. PV&U posted the letter they submitted to the Planning Commission, and in it is several questions. The letter's on their website. I really applaud the Commission for the last several meetings where they addressed questions. I hope that you have these questions addressed because I think they're very important for people to understand, both the rationale behind the proposal and what the consequences and alternatives are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Judith Murphy, you're up next. Welcome, Judith.
Okay, I'm going to step back and talk a little bit about process. I've been involved in specific requests leading up to this, so I'm not going to waste your time saying those things again. But I think that in this case, sort of the usual town process has not served us very well. This is a unique project. in many ways. It's a very valued applicant whose services we need, and we want to give them everything they want. Obviously, it's like mom and apple pie. How can you say anything against a fire station, you know? The neighbors are much more impacted than they usually are with projects. It's a teeny tiny lot for what it's being asked to serve. And I think somehow we ideally should have had a collaborative and cooperative process where everybody was at the table at once and people could have put their needs on the table and we could have had compromises and a fuller understanding. I think even I've been very involved in the process and watching it at every step and talking to people. I'm hearing things tonight about needs that I had not heard before. I think there would have been less upset and misunderstanding, less kind of either or, where the people who feel differently then could, you know, were restricted to sort of taking pot shots at what was already proposed. There were misrepresentations of various people's positions along the way. It would have been smoother and faster. Ideally, it would have been done before now. It would have been brought to the planning, to ASCC and planning with sort of, you know, all players more or less on board. And details could have been worked out. For example, the third-party landscaper that the Western Neighbors hired suggested planting some tall cedars, which are in fact on the flammable 5, the do not plant list that the town just adapted. So things like that, if we're all at the table together, we could have worked out sort of amiably with one another. And I think it would have produced more of a win-win. I think that we could have given generous privacy for the neighbors, which everybody has wanted all along. We could have found a way to have a public face for this fire station that they could be proud of instead of a very bleak, you know, nothing to look at, a split rail fence and a driveway and parking places. That's not Portola Valley. That, you know, that piece of it could be, they could get the things they want and have that piece not be so ugly and stark. And I, you know, the horse is out of the barn for this one. There's nothing to do, but I don't know when another project this unique will come along again, but I hope we learn from it. You know, there's a lot of turnover at Town Hall. The institutional memory about what's gone on and how we'd like to do things is not always what it should be, but I think there's a very important lesson to be learned here. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Teresa Coleman, you are up next. Welcome.
Hello, thank you very much. My husband and I have been part of the Portola Valley community since 1995. And I have to say that I am sincerely distressed that we are having this level of conversation at this point about this project. Chief Linder, I would like to ask you if you could address the potential for having some of the equipment that is proposed for being stored at this facility rather than here be stored at the Emerald Hills facility, which to my understanding is not maximized despite what you said previously. Thank you very much. And I also want to say that one thing we need to keep and consider here is this tree that we're talking about. It's not something you can just put another one in next week and have it be anywhere similar to that. It's very distressing to me that we as a community seem to be losing our focus. No one is opposing the additions to the fire station. This is important. It's important for our community and we support it desperately. All we are asking is for consideration of having nothing but a parking lot be visible from Portola Road as you go down the street. That's what's being proposed here, folks. Let's be honest about it. It's not, oh gosh, we're talking about just one thing or another. It's talking about taking out all of the landscaping and putting in asphalt. I'm deeply disappointed that ASCC did not listen to any of the comments that were submitted by the Conservation Committee or others in the community. And I feel very strongly that we need to understand this is about all of us together trying to find the best resolution here. Please think about the fact you cut that tree down, it's gone. It's not something you can just replace. And it's not like you can just put a beautiful live oak there. You can't. You can't. So I respect the fact we're having this discussion. Thank you very much for consideration, but please also understand this really has an impact to all of us. It's not just about, oh gosh, it would be nice to have something else there. No, this is one of the foundations of our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. So Rusty, so Dave, I see you have your hand up again. We try to limit sort of one comment. So I'm going to call on Rusty next. And then if your hand's still up, then I will ask you if it's pertinent. But generally, we sort of limit it to one person, one public comment. So Rusty, you're up next. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to approach this from a different perspective, one I haven't heard tonight, but I think also ought to be considered. And that's, it's somewhat ironic that this is a fire station, but what about the fire safety of the fire station? If we look at this project from the perspective of defensible space, why are there so many large trees with such little separation distance from the structure? Why are there so many large trees with so little separation distance from one another, creating very large hedges? Why are there so many large trees bordering both sides of the egress from the fire station? I think both of those, all of those considerations are hazards that need to be considered and weighed. I have no particular suggestion as to what the outcome should be, but I haven't heard the discussion and I think it should be held. As to parking across the street, I think it's also important, and I would urge the Planning Commission to take into consideration when you're making decisions like this as a matter of fire safety, an awareness that from ignition to flashover in a residential fire, inside a residence, inside a home, from ignition to flashover can be less than 3 minutes. That's the kind of time that the fire department has to respond to fire. If there's a holiday tree that burns, if there's an electrical fire, minutes, seconds count. And that's why the parking should be on site, not across the street, not somewhere else, not somewhere beyond the control of the fire district. It should be at the facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Rusty. All right, so Dave, I'm going to unmute you, but give me a brief idea of what you want to discuss before we start a long discussion.
Yes, thanks for your forbearance. I just wanted to point out something very quickly, which is we invite the firefighters into our town to serve us. And currently, at least 2 out of the 5 on the shift have to either, as Chief Rob pointed out, they bunk in the exercise room or the office. And is that how we want to take care of the people we rely on us if we have a heart attack or a medical emergency of any kind or a fire? I just don't think that's the way we want to treat people.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there any other public comment before I close this section? Christy, you're up next. Christy Corley, welcome.
Thank you. I noticed that Mike Wasserman may have was able to get $4 million for Santa Clara County for fire reasons. And I'm wondering if our county has offered financing as well.
Sorry, but you got the wrong Mike Wasserman.
I do. Oh, okay. Well, it looked like you were an advocate anyway. Okay, gotcha. Okay, right. My other question is how many?
But before you go on, just since I've got the public here, so one thing I would say is you're addressing the commission, not the applicants. So if you want to ask a question, I'm okay if you ask the chair, and then I can decide whether we're going to ask the applicants. But generally, we hold these hearings so that the commission is informed, because the commission at the end of the day is going to make this decision. So I just want to let the public know, just to be a little careful, this isn't your opportunity to interrogate the applicants or staff. It's really your opportunity to help the commission understand what the issues are and how we should be thinking about the decision. So
I'm
with that
actually
little
not
segue,
interrogating. I was actually advocating for the fire department. I am not interrogating, but thank you. I was wondering how many people are here at the meeting from our community.
so we have 19 attendees and 12 panelists.
Thank you. If there's ever any way you can put that on the screen, that would be wonderful.
I would love it as well. I would love if we had video for you guys as well. So I keep working on it, but I haven't succeeded yet. Do you have any other comments? I'd like to keep us moving. It is getting late.
No, I don't.
Great. Well, thank you. Bob Schultz, you are up next. Welcome.
Now you can probably hear me, right?
I can. Excellent. Go ahead, Bob.
Hi, Chairman and Commissioners. My name's Bob Schultz. We live next to Station 8 and have enjoyed living here for 10 years and consider them good neighbors. We've been working for a long time on this. The fire station has been working a long time on this. It's been over 2 years. And we finally feel that we've gotten to a point where this seems reasonable and makes sense, and that concerns have been addressed. So we are supportive of the current plan as it stands, and also the recommendations of the ASCC and the town staff. As far as parking, we strongly favor it in front, not in the rear, not on the sides. That's just too much of an impact to the residential neighbors. I mean, it's an R1 lot surrounded by R1 single family homes. Putting anything in the back or the sides is just too impactful to our homes and our property values. Also, I should stress that there is flooding and drainage issues in the rear corner and sides. And so parking would be probably a very bad idea there. I would also note there's obviously a lot of talk about the big tree. There's 16 significant trees that are slated to come down here, right? And a lot of them are actually we're providing screening for us and for the other immediate neighbors. What makes one tree in the front better than all the other trees that are going to get chopped down? I mean, yes, I understand it's in the front of the building and may look nice, but there's redwoods are everywhere in Portola Valley. They're not native. They grow quickly, and you know there's some amount of fire danger associated with it. So I would we are not in favor of the tree in front. We are in favor of giving the fire station what they need to do their job, and it sounds well like they've done a great job of expressing that tonight. As far as the text amendment, we are strongly in favor of an R1 amendment using the words fire station or fire station as described in the general plan, that addition. We oppose any broader language or any other spot zone change to AP. We bought our home knowing that the station was on an R1 lot, and that therefore that does not allow for any large development, any high traffic facilities, or any even dangerous facilities like a sheriff. So we would totally oppose a zone change or anything broader than fire station in R1. And I think that's about all on my list. We are, I guess we would ask the commission to please approve this and move it forward, so we can all move on with our lives as well, and the fire station can continue to do their job and protect the residents of Portola Valley. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, so John, I'm going to give you, before we unmute you, the same lecture that I gave Dave, which is normally you get one slot here. So when we unmute you, could you give me a sense for what it is that you would like to talk about before we start this discussion? So go ahead.
Yes. Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted. So
okay. No, just there have been a couple of comments that coastal redwoods aren't native to Portola Valley. That's not correct, my understanding. They are native certainly to the valley floor. All one needs to do is look at the second or third growth trees at the town center or the village square. They are native to habitats within our town. They are not native to the hills. If Herb Dangler was alive, I mean, I was schooled at his knee about this. There would not be redwoods today at our village square had Herb not convinced a developer back in the 50s, when I may have been a glimmer in my parents' eye or in diapers, to not just clear cut those trees and build the village square.
Okay, so
Thank
John, seriously, is that your point? It's just that.
That's
you wanted
it.
to say- Okay, great.
Just
So
wanted
thank
a
you.
factual correction. That's it.
Okay, yeah, I just try to sort of shorten things up because it's going to be a long night. We're just starting the discussion now. So is there any other public comments before I close the public comment section? Okay, so Jan, I'm going to unmute you because I'm unmuted the rest of the people, but this is the last person I'm going to allow to comment twice, and I'm going to limit you to like 20 seconds. Just make whatever point you need to make, and then we're going to move on because everybody's had a chance once. So go ahead, Jan.
I just want to affirm my approval of keeping the zoning the way it is, as the fire department has requested, no extra complications, especially any that would delay the progress of the fire department in making its way forward. That's all I have to say.
Great, thank you. All right, are there any other unique members of the public that would like to speak? All right, so seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion of this hearing and move it back to the commissioners. So we have several things before us. We have zoning issues. Let's see if I got my list here. We have zoning issues, parking issues, CUP, and then sort of architectural design development permits for discussion. So why don't we just take this as they come? What I'd like to do is let's start with comments on zoning. And let's see if we can resolve the zoning question, and then we'll move on to the parking and the CUP, unless a commissioner has a reason to believe that this approach is going to fail us, in another half hour. So does that work for the commissioners? Just nod your head. I will take that as general agreement. So, okay.
I like splitting it up. Yeah.
Great. All right. So then let's start with the zoning question. Who would like to start with comments on the zoning? John, you're up.
Sure. I think the fixing the zoning issue, as staff suggested, so that the fire department can move forward in the future in a normal fashion, is kind of an obvious thing we have to do. I think there's multiple approaches to that. I actually don't think it matters which approach we take. I base that on the fact that based on everything that's been discussed, the R1, which is a relatively small section of town, is the most protected in whatever people are concerned about being protected from. The vast majority of the residential sites in town could have a fire station on them, no issue, and have had that as a potential problem for more than 50 years. Honestly, I wouldn't solve this even the simple way. I mean, I know they took based on all the public comment and trying to deal with that, suggested a kind of a Band-Aid onto R1. I would just make it the same as RE in terms of which means that we would then all the residential would be the same, and then the problem goes away. And since we've not ever had a problem in 50 plus years that anybody knows about, clearly the town the need to have a CU, the need to go through the staff and the processes and the current commissions, whoever has been around, manages the issue. So, but, as long as we solve it so that the fire station can move forward, I'm sort of amenable to any approach that we can all agree upon.
Okay, thank you, John. Who wants to comment next? Nicholas, how about I?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with John here. I mean, I think that we're about to go and reopen the general plan. And I think we're going to fix a lot of issues. I assume that this will be among those. I think we need a temporary bridge to get us from here to there. Changing it to APN to administrative, I think is interesting. I'd be interested to hear if, and I apologize for asking to bring in staff at this point, but I'd be interested in having an expert view as to the relative merits of that. From my immediate point, I just see it as a bridge, and I'm not sure that it's going to much matter, but I'd be interested in staff's opinion and view, if that would be acceptable.
And you're looking for staff to comment on the.
There were two proposals. One was to change it to professional administrative, and then there's the modification as staff has proposed. And I would value hearing the relative merits of the two from staff's perspective.
If I might add, Nicholas, I suggested a third, which is just make it the same as every other residential plot in the town.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, I'm okay having Laura comment on this briefly. I mean, my sense is that in Dylan sort of explained the R1 and the additional restrictions on R1, because it wasn't just any R1, it was R1 and a general plan. So, I mean, from my point of view, that those two things limit it to R1 being in one and only one place. It's not any other R1 unless we change the general plan. So the R1 question, I thought Dylan answered pretty clearly. Maybe Laura, could you speak to the AP question?
I think that it could be possible for the project to work as an AP zoning district from the point of view of the development standards, but staff is concerned about consistency with the Nathorst Triangle Plan. I think a reasonable person could interpret it as making a zoning change that's not consistent with the general plan. And we should not be making that kind of change, since the Nathorst Triangle Plan doesn't allow certain office and commercial uses there, and the AP zoning district would. So that's my largest concern about it, in addition to the other things that I enumerated earlier when we were first in the question and answer period. In regards to the question about making it the same as RE, we would not necessarily solve the issue of development standards if we took that approach, because this project necessarily needs to have a higher impervious surface and perhaps floor area than would otherwise be allowed. And so the conditional use permit provides the mechanism to allow the development standards to be fit appropriately to this use specific to this location.
Thank you, Laura. Nicholas, do you have any other comments before I move to Judith?
I don't have anything. Nope.
Great. All right, Anne, why don't you go next, and then we'll go to Judith, and then I'll wrap up.
Yeah, thanks for that, Laura. I'm in favor of changing the R1 to this fire station as staff has proposed. I think it's the simplest thing with the fewest other complications.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Judith?
Yeah, I support staff's proposal. I want to keep what we're doing really narrowly tailored. I think this does it. And the general plan review is coming up, and there can be other opportunities, but to change more broadly when neighbors, as one neighbor said, bought the property with an understanding it's a certain zoning, seems like we'd be going beyond what we really need to do to get away quickly for the fire station project to get moving.
Okay. So I want to applaud the people that have raised these issues and asked whether it could be AP or CC. I think those were good questions. I think it's been good to hear the various reasons. But I also am in support of the staff's position of leaving it R1 for a couple of reasons. One, as I mentioned when I was talking with Nicholas, this is not just R1, it's R1 and it's got to be in the general plan. So you really have restricted it to a case of one. I think having a CUP is important. And the fact that the RE districts already basically have this, the argument that somehow this is going to destroy R1, well, if you believe that argument, then RE is already destroyed. And I actually don't believe that argument for either R1 or RE. So I'm comfortable with going ahead with this designation, and particularly with the idea that we'll be redoing the general plan. I'd rather start from the general plan, having this be RE, and then deciding if we wanted to expand the commercial possibilities of this space or not. But I'm also pretty sympathetic with the neighbors who are like, you know, this is R1 and R1's really limited to a fire station. It's not a sheriff's, it's not an office building, it's not another gas station, whatever. So I feel like for now anyway, R1 feels like the right solution. It'll let this get going on this project. It's extremely narrowly tailored and it feels like the right narrow version to go forward with. So I guess what I'd like to do is, can I have maybe we won't sort of vote on all this formally, but can I just have a raise of hands of people who would accept staff's proposal? I just want to get a general sense of where we're at. So can't get my hand in the picture. Okay, so I think on this particular issue, it seems like we have agreement. So then let's move on to the parking and the tree questions. And then at the end, I'll try to wrap all this stuff either back into the resolution or make changes to the resolution as needed. So are there comments on the number of parking spaces, the location of parking, keeping the tree? I mean, I wrap all those things up into sort of this section of the discussion. John, lead off again, please. You're muted though. So,
yeah, thank you.
thank you.
So the question of back or front comes into play in the sense of with the tree. I pretty, based on everything I've heard, if you move the parking to the front, the tree goes. It doesn't matter if you change the spots from 18 to 15 or what have you. It's basically, you move it from the back to the front. I am persuaded by the ASCC who spends a lot of time thinking about the trade-offs in these areas, that they finally came down to saying that would be okay. Most of the time they are incredibly difficult about trees. Difficult's probably not the right word. They are very protective of trees. Let me rephrase that. The fact that they came around to it weighs a lot in my mind in terms of the proposal here. I don't think, again, trying to minimize the parking spots by a few actually will change the way it looks. If you go with the proposal that it ends up being in the front, then the concerns people have is it does change the look. But whether or not, you know, it's 2 or 3 extra spots, you know, I don't think actually changes the way it looks. I'm really, really in support of saying, you know, I don't really just want to build for the minimum the fire station can get by today. Kind of like if they need a couple more and maybe in the future we get more something to park, I'd rather plan for that. You know, it's interesting. I mean, people are, lots and lots of people are concerned about the fire in the valley and whether or not we're doing enough. And I just don't feel like, kind of penny pinching with the fire department is the right answer to that. So those are my thoughts regarding parking. Oh, tree, I guess tree, you also want to do tree at the same time.
It sounded like you had an answer for the tree at the same time, but go ahead.
Well, sort of. I guess I'm kind of going. The other thing I thought about on the tree is the tree's going to have to go sometime. I mean, if you're okay, we're talking about the fire station. We're not just sort of saying it's here for a couple of years. It's expected to be around and do its job for quite a few years. That tree's going to make a mess of the fire station. It's going to have to come down sometime. It's going to start making causing a problem. I mean, we have a lot of redwood trees. I heard a story that I assume is true, that the reason we have so many redwood trees here is that Al's Nursery used to give out seedlings every time you bought one, every time you bought anything down at Al's Nursery, and therefore everybody put them in their yards. And we got a lot of redwood trees, more so than would be normal. It's a gorgeous tree, but I fall into the category of saying I think we're okay, and they're doing enough already with what they will have and what will remain there. That's it.
Okay, thank you, John. Who'd like to go next? Anne?
Sure. Yeah, I support the parking in the front. I was the liaison to the ASCC meeting from the Planning Commission that discussed that, and they really looked at all the trade-offs and came to the conclusion that that was the best solution. So I agree with that. The issue on the tree, it's tough. It's a really nice tree. If I thought there was a good solution that other smart people had not found, of course, I'd be in favor of it. But ASCC, as John says, they are the group in town that really weighs what usually it's a homeowner wants to do versus landscaping. And they looked at it and came to the conclusion that the best solution was the parking as proposed in the tree, this particular tree, as well as a few others going away. I don't have any reason to overturn that. I also want to point out that, my commissioners know we have several of these conditional use permits that come to the Planning Commission. And our usual process, we look at what the applicant wants to do and the number of people and the number of events. And then we look at the parking, and we are usually hyper concerned that there is enough parking. And just for examples, because it's easier to think, Neely one is under discussion. And then there already was the Windmill School. They each proposed to have some number of events with some number of people and then some amount of parking. The Planning Commission is very attentive to say, no, you cannot have that many people because the parking isn't enough. We do not want cars on Portola Road. I would be super uncomfortable to now take a project and go the opposite way, to have the fire chief express a need for a certain amount of parking, and then we come in. And I think I'm certainly going to. I think everybody is going to want to the fire department what they need. But then to say, oh, but you can't have the parking you say you need, that's just inviting problems other places, and it's really cutting into what we usually do as planning commissioners. So that's hard for me to accept. It does influence me a little that the tree was planted by the fire staff. It does a tree that, predates all the development. It came later. There are going to be other redwoods. I know they aren't as big diameter, but they're almost as tall when you go by. And here we're taking out the trees for the neighbors when they might budge their house. I feel like we should do that also for the fire station. So in the end, I'm in favor of the proposal kind of as it is now, even though it does hurt to have that tree go away. But I guess one other little thing, I'm not convinced the tree would survive if we said something like cut back to 15 places. You know, the poor tree would have a lot of trauma around it. So
Okay, is that it?
I'm sorry to say, I'm voting for the tree to go away. Yeah.
And the tree therapist.
But I love
Nicholas?
the idea of doing something with the wood. That it doesn't fix the, you know, a gorgeous tree going away, but it is a little something.
Nicholas?
Yeah, so I'm a little torn on the tree, as you can probably tell. I think probably we all are. I can actually get my head around removing the tree, but I wish that we had the record that we didn't have to figure out to get there. As I think that we can make an argument that the tree is split and will drop limbs, that the tree will die because of the work that's going to be conducted around it, that the tree should be removed because it presents a fire hazard. There are other kinds of arguments that we heard as well. We talked about using the tree locally as part of a waste diversion, as well as an appropriate use and honoring of the tree. The fact that the tree was planted by hand, you know, in some ways makes it more historical rather than less in some respects. So that doesn't really, so there's a whole kind of, there's a whole argument that you can knit together about why it's okay. And again, you know, I have the greatest respect for the district. I wish that this record had been brought to us the first time round, rather than us having to figure it out along with an arborist report confirming what we're all speculating on, that the tree won't be long or will create a hazard here. I'm and therefore a little torn whether we actually should have this record put together, do it right, draw the conclusion, or rather make arguments on behalf of the applicant to support a conclusion that, you know, has a sense of being right, but really could effectively be bolstered. I'd also note that I'm also sympathetic to the idea that this is an important and scenic tree, that removing trees from a scenic corridor is not, shouldn't be done lightly. This isn't a unique tree, however, and we have a process for removing heritage trees, and we may say that it happens too frequently, but it's not an uncommon kind of event. So I think that there's some merit there. I'm only coming back to the point that I would like to see a tighter record that that would make this a more straightforward judgment, rather than what feels a little bit like coming together with a set of good rationales during a planning commission meeting. I mean, it's interesting. It's not the process that one might wish for.
Okay. Anything else? Great, thank you. Judith?
Yeah, I'm first very supportive of the fire station and the need, compelled by the need to support an upgrade to that facility. There's no question in my mind that we need to do that. I am very disappointed that the record did not provide enough support for me to get comfortable that I'm making an informed decision. I don't feel like I've had an arborist report that's thoughtful and getting at the points. I feel like I'm being asked to surmise. And the reason that that bothers me is because our job is to balance or to recommend to the town council a way of thinking about balancing the general plan, which is supportive of retaining, you know, nature in our vision. There was something that the ASCC commented on, that it's a reasonable impact because the real intent of the corridor plan was to preserve the views of the Western Hill. I was on that corridor plan committee, and that is not the main intent. So I am lost with how to think about this. I cannot support proceeding to remove a tree that is a visual landmark for a lot of the town, and that the conservation committee, who is very influential in the town, has, you know, strong views on, by surmising what might happen, what state the tree is in. So I am not comfortable recommending that the tree must go. I can see if a better process and more information were before us, there would be a more analytical way to test this. But based on what I've seen tonight, I'm not there. Then, you know, the findings we need to make talk both about fitting with the general plan, minimized removal of plants. I'm not saying that. I mean, I understand a lot's got to change and we need to prioritize getting the station moving forward and upgraded. Completely understand a lot of that. But again, we're being asked to have faith that all this is needed. And I don't doubt the good intentions, but I like to be informed based on more. The number of parking spaces, I'm still not clear why a chipper has to be parked in Portola Valley. That's not going to be a response issue. I get that we want firemen to be able to go right out the door immediately and be as responsive as possible. And therefore, pressure testing where that parking is meritorious. But I'm not feeling like I'm informed enough about where there are alternatives to where to put the chippers to know if we really need 18 versus 15 spaces. And, you know, there is some lack of comparability that I don't feel I've been very informed on in terms of number of spaces. We've had some descriptions of other local fire stations, but it also seems like they're viewed as a collective whole as well. And for me, I'm confused by exactly what's needed. I want to be generous here. I'm just not been given enough information to make the conclusion that I think the rest, you know, others here are more prepared to make. So I'll stop there and let you go make your comments, Craig.
Okay, thank you, Judith. So I'm in full agreement that this process could have been better. I think in Judith's comments, she talked about a more collaborative process that probably could have gotten us there. And in both Nicholas and when I say Judith, I meant Judith from the Conservation Committee rather than Judith on the Planning Commission. But then also Judith from the Planning Commission and Nicholas, I think, are making a good case for, you know, we really didn't get the kind of report to justify taking out a heritage tree, especially one that's sort of this important. With all that said, I think I'm more on the mitigation side and moving forward. That yes, I would have liked this to have been a better process from the beginning, and yes, I'd like more information, but I think Nicholas stated that tree sooner or later is going to come out. I mean, I think that we love that tree. It's beautiful, but the fire station's going to be there, and that tree is either going to get bigger and cause some other problem with the fire station, or we really need to go back and rethink like the whole design of the fire station and literally rebuild it. And I'm not ready to go there. So in that sense, I would feel much more comfortable if we found a way to honor that tree, much like we did with the town center. Find something to do, and it's got to be more. I mean, no offense, Bill, but it's got to be more than a picnic table. But you know, if it could be part of the interior, if the firemen can say, yeah, I mean, we live in this beautiful station, and part of the reason is because our brethren planted this tree in 1975. I would feel a lot better about that. That would feel to me like at least we honored this tree, even if it ultimately had to be taken out. So that's kind of where I come down on that piece. And then the other piece is the parking in the front. I'm very appreciative of the neighbors and having lights in your houses and stuff. I mean, I would also, if we're going to put all that parking on the front, it just, and maybe ASCC looked at this, but boy, it just feels to me like there's got to be something that we can soften up the front besides just having a rail fence. Like that still doesn't feel like enough. So I'm generally in favor of the plan as it is, in the sense of taking out the large tree and putting the parking in the front. But I would want to see some sort of use of that tree and then some sort of softening of that sort of front parking area. So those are kind of my comments on it. I'm not sure how we're going to move ahead. I
I
guess
have another issue, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I just did some poking around while we've been talking. Groundwater here was measured at around 2 feet. So when people are saying that they're seeing flooding in their backyard and the side yard, I believe it. So there were a bunch of groundwater tests that were done over at the neighboring gas station, names not included. Now, given that we've got this tank, we're going to be in groundwater. I think that we also could really stand to supplement the record a little bit about how we're going to deal with this, if only to identify that we have a site or soil management plan, a site management plan to address these things. Whether we're going to honor the tree or save the tree, we could actually identify what it is that we're going to be doing and have the record support that with a determination of likelihood of success. I need to call out that if I was heard to say the tree is going to come down one way or the other, well, so are we all. But it's doing something now, and so I may not have been as eloquent as I wanted to at that moment, but I would also like a physician to make that call regarding me rather, and an arborist is probably the appropriate entity to make that call regarding a tree to help us reach a decision that we can all feel good about. And I think we all feel really good about the fire department and the district and the need to have a robust and resilient response and ability to protect ourselves and to minimize risk. I'd be just as happy to, and I know what it is, but to have a couple of key issues coming back to us with the kind of record, and make a hopefully swift decision at a planning commission meeting to be scheduled in the next few weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Just one other thought on that, in terms of what to do with the tree. I think they're very saleable today. And especially if they're accessible with large equipment, and turning around and maybe, if it has any significant value, which I don't know, turning around and having that donated to the fire department for their ongoing services might be a pretty nice, it feels to me like a very possible good use of the tree.
Okay, thank you. So I think what I'm hearing is that at least some of the commissioners would like more information put in the record. I think that what I'm hearing is groundwater potential issues, and then some kind of arborist report both on the health of the tree, and if the parking were somehow worked around the tree, whether the tree would likely survive that.
I'd go differently than that, Craig. I would vote for moving forward, and not that we can't address some of the other issues potentially offline, but I'd actually vote for moving forward and trying to come up with a way to, as opposed to delaying action for some other future report, I actually would like to see us move forward and then say, okay, on the side, we can deal with these other items.
Okay, yeah, so I hear you, thank you. I didn't feel like I heard that coming from some of the other commissioners. So maybe I can let them.
Oh, you're right. They didn't. They didn't. This would be at most a 3-2 vote if we went the direction I just suggested.
Right.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it, but yeah.
You're in favor of moving forward.
Yeah.
Okay. But Nicholas and Judith, can I assume that you're not?
I will not.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that, it's dispositionally, you have an attorney, or maybe two attorneys, I wouldn't presume, just me, saying, I'm going to make a decision where I'd really like to have a record on which to make it, and I'm going to wait to get that record until after we make that decision. That's a tall order, and it may simply be dispositional, but we have a deliberative process. I'd kind of like to know the answer and have a basis on which to make it, and with a little more probing, we might actually end up with something a little different. So
yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So and I think I'm actually there, because I think it will be 3-2, looking to get a little bit more information. But what I would like to ask is I would like to find a way to limit the amount of information we're gathering, which is what I was trying to put forward, so that the applicant isn't stuck in this cycle of gathering information and then coming back and then gathering more information. I mean, that seems patently unfair to me. And obviously we support the fire department and we want to get this thing moving. So that's why I was trying to, can we, Nicholas, you were saying, get some reports and get back in a couple of weeks. But if we're going to do that, it seems to me that we got to be pretty clear exactly what we're asking for the record. Otherwise, I mean, these could be reports that could take, I don't know, 3 months. I mean, I don't know how long it takes, but I think if we're not careful, we could end up delaying this longer than I'm comfortable with. So can we define pretty tightly what we're looking for?
Can I, through the chair?
Yes.
I think that there may be some of this information in the arborist report and maybe some is not included. So I don't know if the applicant team wants to speak to if they think some of this information is in the record and maybe has not come to light. And that might help to clarify what additional information you're looking for. I don't know if the applicant has anything else to add on this about what's already been studied.
Okay, well, before we do that, what I'd like to do is let's, among the commissioners, agree on what information we're looking for. And then I think that's a very fair question. I think we can ask the applicant what information they already have to answer those questions. And that'll help me understand, for my personal concerns, how quickly we could then move on this. So I think I heard tree health and health of the tree if this parking stuff goes forward. One issue from Judith about parking non-essential vehicles on site. And then Nicholas, what I heard from you was a groundwater question. Does that capture, like if we had more information in those areas, would you guys be comfortable then making a decision?
Wait, I didn't understand. Can somebody say what the groundwater question is? Really, really narrow and specific?
Yeah, so there's a report that says that there's benzene in groundwater at the location at 3.2 micrograms per liter, which is 10x the residential standard and a couple of times higher than drinking water standards. We're going to be, and I think that it's not atypical, but if we're going to be moving around water, which is at 2 feet, there ought to be something that says, and this is how we're going to go and handle the water at the site. So that's the groundwater. That's my groundwater issue. And the data that is in the report.
Saying that there might be such groundwater issues that it causes us to not put a fire station here, or
No,
that it would just
I assume
cause
that there's
more work?
I'm not going to be their environmental consultant or attorney on this, but I don't see this as preclusive. But if you have a high concentration or an elevated concentration of benzene in groundwater, which is what the report, and it's a 1999 report, says, you ought to have somebody say, this isn't a big deal, this is a big deal. If this is a intermediate deal, then this is how we're going to handle it when we're digging trenches. And it's a very, very, again, it's one of these things, if you do this, it is a very, very standard thing to do.
I feel like this is way out of the planning commission, though. Is not just in the normal building code and the normal process that you do things. I feel like for an applicant, I would be really bummed that now this is coming up at this late date, that there's a whole new report before the planning commission is going to, decide if you can build a fire station or have a conditional use permit.
So, and you told me, and I went and I looked at the place where these reports are stored, and it said there's benzene in groundwater from a tank that was at the site that was closed. And I don't see anything in the record that says whether this is a big deal or whether I care. And I'm a planning commissioner, I need to make a decision. And I don't have a report from staff, and I don't have a report from applicant, I don't have a report from the consultant saying, yeah, Targ, don't worry about it. And I fully expect that, it is not a big deal. But, again, it's one of these things, if there is an issue, or if there's enough of an issue, it's like, please tell me that this isn't an issue. And I agree. I would much rather not have checked out the state water board's website 30 minutes before a planning commission meeting and said, oh, damn, pardon my language. There's a former underground storage tank here with a report of groundwater. I would definitely not like, I wish that hadn't happened. But I wish there was also a report that said, don't worry about it, So
Okay, but so it is, and so it's what we have. So we don't need to belabor what didn't happen, but I think we need to decide what it is that we're asking of the applicant, so we can make some decisions.
yeah, so I think it's pretty straightforward, and I think you had it. I would like to have a report saying this is not a big deal or how we're going to handle it. We
Okay.
should have a report talking about alternatives to parking that don't involve cutting down the tree. And that may be putting a chipper in Emerald Hills or someplace else. It may be we thought about leasing space across the street. It's a terrible idea for these following reasons, or yeah, it really could work. And an arborist report talking about the well-being of the tree, and if the tree has to go, this is what we're thinking about doing. And
So Nicholas, so also along that same line, to test where you are, if it comes down to parking in the rear or parking in the front, which means the tree goes, where do you stand on the, do you go with the local neighbors, impact on them, or do you go with the overall town scenic corridor thing? I think that's, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, that I think that sort of comes down to how do we ask the question and what answers are we trying to get back?
I think that the record will help answer that exact question. Say, we talked to a bunch of neighbors, and if you, in our alternatives analysis, we kept it, if we parked in the back, it creates the following kinds of issues. The ASDC thought about it. We talked with our neighbors. Our neighbors were very unhappy doing that, and for whatever reason, it's not appropriate. But that's an alternative. Pinch it off if it doesn't work for you,
so
or explain why it's okay. But
we're looking for the record to show what was presented to us that allowed us to make that decision versus us trying to surmise what people were thinking.
Yeah, and it's one of these things where parking in the back, and if somebody says that the tree should go anyway for whatever reason, and there's no other way around it, I could, that becomes a very easy decision to make.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a healthy tree that's going to live forever, because it's a special tree that lives forever, then that maybe is a harder decision, right?
Right. But if an arborist were to say, I'm testing things here.
Hey, John, can I just hold you up for just a sec? I'm worried we're getting a little bit too into what ifs. I think what I'm trying to drive us toward is, let's decide what we want to put in the record, and then let's have this discussion. Because I think the what ifs don't help us that much right now. Like, unless you think that we're not going to get records. That's what I'm, so if you can count of what do we need to do to make the record complete, so the next time we actually start making decisions, that's good. But I don't want to sort of parse out.
I agree with you. I agree with you totally. I was just trying to, knowing that clearly we've got a couple of people that want more information. I was trying to parse out, well, which information do you need to make that work, which I think is what you were trying to do. So that's what I was playing with.
Okay, yeah, I proposed two things from the arborist. One is the health of the tree, and the other is the health of the tree if some amount of parking were put around it.
So I would also go down the path of, will that tree cause a problem in the future such that it has to be removed?
That was the health of the tree. Yeah, to me, that's health of the tree.
Can I say health of the building though, too?
Building, yeah.
Fair enough. To me, that's part of health. I mean,
it's really different.
Yeah.
It's different.
Well, the health of the tree usually is implied, but anyway,
No, I'm saying the tree can be incredibly healthy.
Right.
If it's going to eventually destroy or damage the fire station, I think it should go.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so that's what we want from the arborist. And then I'm hearing what we want on the groundwater is some assurance that we're not basically just moving benzene around the site and out into the local waterways. And then in terms of alternatives on parking, we're looking for, I mean, they've asked for 18 slots, and I mean, even if they move the chippers and stuff off, that's still 14. Are we looking for something else? I mean, are we looking for them? Because I guess what I'm trying to avoid is I don't want to go back and say, well, let's just go back to ground zero and think about putting all the parking back in the back again and all that. I mean, that just seems like if we're doing that, we're kind of starting over with this. And I was hoping to keep this narrower than that.
Correct.
So can you so Judith and Nicholas, can you help me understand what we're asking the applicant in terms of parking information for the record?
I'd like to see just what the alternatives are. And it sounds like there is parking, for example, chippers someplace else.
Okay.
There's a parking across the street. There's a parking behind. And I don't know if there are other parking alternatives, but there are three things that those are, I think or we have, we just don't park as many vehicles there altogether. And that's a fine idea, or it's a bad idea because it doesn't allow the station to be as productive as it can or should be. And
Okay,
it's not a.
Well,
Can I object to this? I feel like we're dragging things out.
And
Yeah.
hold on just a sec. So the chief's got his hand up. And I feel like he sort of addressed these issues in his presentation, but given he has his hand up, Rob, why don't you go ahead and make your comments, and then I'll come back to you, Ann, I promise.
Don't forget Judith.
Well, Judith, I'm waiting for her. I mean, I think she hasn't.
Let him go. And
Yeah, I'll let him
see if
go.
I have anything else.
He's that way. Yeah, there you go. Go ahead, Rob, please.
Thank you, Chairman Taylor. Just some clarity, and I kind of prefaced this at the beginning of my statement earlier this evening, is I would appreciate if you take into effect not to dictate a parking space to a specific vehicle, because that's not the intent of how we do. We, in response to the other commissioner's point of view regarding parking and where it can be or whatever, we're a district, we're not a city, so we don't have a city corporation yard, where historically with the city, that's where all of your other equipment would go, whether that be dump trucks, bulldozers, chippers, whatever. We don't have that. So we have the 4 locations that I stated. What we generally do is we will locate the equipment in its most appropriate spot at that time. So given the fact that we are chipping in Portola Valley, we should have the equipment in Portola Valley for that period of time. That way the guys don't have to drive all the way up to Emerald Lake or out to Woodside. They can drive to Portola Valley and perform their services. If they're performing in Woodside, they can move the equipment to Woodside. And that's what I'm struggling with. If you want me to dictate a specific vehicle, I will fill every single spot and then some. I don't think that's what you want. I don't think that's the intent. I'm trying to go by the fact that what we're asking for is in just my opinion, reasonable. That's what we need. But I would venture to say, don't say that, it's a chipper. It has to be a chipper. And why do we have the chipper there? That's not the case. It's subject to move.
Okay, thank you.
So Craig.
Yeah, go ahead, Judith.
For the
And then
record,
Ann, I'll
on the
get to you, I
la-
promise.
on the last point, that's not what I was trying to get at. You have to realize that none of the background information on how parking worked was in the package. And that's why we're asking what might be naive questions for those who haven't been in the process the whole time. These are hard processes. Everyone's catching up a little bit along the way. And we're not trying to be unreasonable. We want to support the effort. We are asked to balance a couple of things or to make recommendations on the balance. And that's what I'm struggling with because we weren't informed of some of the things we're asking for. I don't want to be a holdup here. I want this to move as expeditiously as possible. But I just don't, we're not trying to be as prescriptive as I think the impression that Mr. Lindner put out there is. We're trying to be as informed as possible.
Okay, and that might have been my fault. I may have I was looking to narrow the scope and maybe making it too prescriptive. So I think, let me try to take another run at this. I think what I'm hearing is if the chief basically took the stuff that he told us in oral presentation today, and they wrote it down as, here's the way we think about parking in the district, and here's why this is a reasonable number of parking places, and we could put that in the written record rather than as oral comments. Is that the kind of thing that you're looking for?
Certainly would have helped me.
Okay. All right, because again, my goal is to make sure that we leave the applicant with a set of deliverables that they understand and can deliver. So Ann, I cut you off earlier. I apologize, but it's your turn if you still want to go for it.
Okay. Yeah, I just really want to argue for not lengthening this out. I feel like we've had the chief now at 2 of our meetings at the ASCC. He's shown us the presentation. We could ask questions. I don't see what we're going to get out of a written version of what we saw, right? We asked him what he could do. And, I think if we put down a firm number and said, you can only have this, I mean, he'd make it work. It's just less efficient, right? There's not going to be a magic number or report that, oh yeah, we can, get by with this number. I mean, I feel like we should listen to the chief. He knows way better than us what equipment he needs, how it gets moved around, personnel comes to get it, how inefficient it is when he's got to, debate about the parking at which site. I feel like I have what I need to know on the parking. And then on the arborist report, I agree, I would like to see it. And I feel like, wow, I should go back and read all the other minutes. But I do think it's wishful thinking that an arborist report is going to come out, kind of make our decision for us, right? It's always so fuzzy. You've heard me complain before that the arborists have a bias based on who pays them, right? I think you could get 2 different arborist reports depending on who hired them and kind of told them angle to emphasize. So I want to ask, since other people wanted an arborist report, but don't kid ourselves. It's not going to, it's going to be a little of this and a little of that for that tree.
Okay. So I'm trying to get this wrapped up. So you guys need to help me here. So Judith.
I think it kind of comes down to, Craig, which way would you vote? If you're going to vote with holding off and waiting and getting some more information, okay.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that, but
yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So Laura, do you want to interject here before I answer John's question?
Just want to make sure the commission may not be aware that there is an arborist report. It may not cover all of the information that you're looking for, but it's an attachment to the ASCC report, which is a link on the website. And so that information is technically in the record. It maybe was not brought to the forefront for the Planning Commission tonight. But I just wanted everyone to be aware that there is an arborist report. It may not be as detailed as what you're looking for.
Is
Okay.
it possible to summarize that in a few minutes, what the take-home message was? I mean, I'm hunting for it right now, but might take
I
me a
have it
minute.
on my screen if I can share so everyone can read it, if through the chair.
Through the chair.
So can we hold off? Because I want to answer the question that John asked, because I think it's probably relevant to this. So I would say in terms of the parking, I do feel like the chief's explained what he needs. And I agree with Judith, it would have been great if that was stuff we were presented with. But the fact it's been presented in this meeting, I feel like I do have that information. The arborist report, we can hold off in just a second. Maybe we can look at it, but I'd really want to make sure it answered the 3 questions that we asked. The one I'm having trouble with is the one that Nicholas is bringing up, which is if there is groundwater contamination, then, and maybe Laura, this is a question for you. I mean, when does groundwater contamination get dealt with? I mean, because, you know, obviously this is not something that we can just turn a blind eye to. And I know that the fire department has no intention of doing that either, but is the planning commission the right place to hold this out before it goes to the council, or is there some other place that we should be dealing with this? Okay, I'll let Cara answer.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Go ahead, Cara.
Thank you. So the town of Portola Valley does not have jurisdiction over groundwater contamination. That is the state water board and the state regulatory agencies. My understanding is that there was a underground storage tank and that leaked at some time, that there was a remediation plan, and that particular site now has been closed. So we can, based on that, I think that it's reasonable to assume that there has been sufficient testing by the regulatory agencies to determine, based on the site's current use, everything is in compliance with standards. I think that would, that's certainly one approach to take. If the town council wanted, or if the town wanted additional information on this, you could certainly ask for it. I think it's pretty common in these types of situations to have, when there is some presence of groundwater contamination or soil contamination, there are best management practices to take that into account. And presumably the state agencies would be overseeing those measures. So I think that's the way we would approach it. And I don't know that the town really has jurisdiction over those issues.
If I may, the town does have jurisdiction through CEQA and can impose a mitigation measure unless it's made as a project design feature, in which case it wouldn't need to be a mitigation measure. The county also has jurisdiction over it, but it's routine that you have a condition of approval that includes development of a soil or groundwater management plan, should it be needed. And this isn't a water board case, it's not a DTSC case, may not even be a county kind of case. It's probably, just like you said, Cara, it's a BMP with a condition of approval, which is a planning commission decision. And it's absolutely routine. Either you do it through a CEQA process or it's a project design feature and it just gets included. It's not a big deal.
All right, well, as attorneys, I appreciate your input.
Where does that leave us? Yes. Okay. Okay.
I guess the other piece I'm trying to figure out is this something that the council can weigh in on rather than the planning commission? Like that we can basically move this forward to the council with this issue as part of, you know, like requiring some sort of best practices, and the council can decide what that is. I mean, would that be a way to move this forward? Because again, I'm trying to be sensitive to covering all these issues and making sure we make a good decision, and also trying to move this project forward. So is there a way that we can move it forward on the contamination issues? That basically, deals with this question?
So just from a town condition of approval perspective, you can always ask the applicant to include a best management practice to deal with any, do a soil survey and a groundwater survey, and then any construction activities have to be pursuant to best management practices. So I don't have the exact language, but we can certainly come up with a condition that can be incorporated into the project description if the applicant is amenable to that. And I assume they would be.
So Nicholas, with that?
That is the right way to do this. And if you can describe it, you don't need to conduct a new study. You can say that prior to issuance of a grading permit, you will do the following things, and it's this totally standard condition.
Do we think that's a reasonable cost kind of thing?
Yeah, it's totally standard. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's to say, I don't know how you dispose of the dewatering construction water that you're going to have associated with this if groundwater is really at 2 feet, like it says in the neighboring report, without actually testing the water to make sure that you discharge it properly. And that's,
Okay, so that sounds like something that we could put in a resolution to, but still move forward. Okay, great. So that's that issue. So Judith, I don't know if I can move you. Do you feel like, I mean, we've heard from the chief. I think we've agreed the process isn't ideal. But do you feel like there's some significant additional information that we're going to get that would prevent us from moving forward on this?
I'm not sure what you're asking me. If you want to take a vote, that's perfectly fine with me.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to see if I can move this along, and I, to the degree that I can bring people together, I'm always happier to have a 5-0 than 3-2 votes. I'm never happy. I never feel like 3-2 votes are the place that I want to be as the chair.
So maybe Judith, is there some condition requirement? No.
No.
Yeah, no,
I
I
haven't been
think that the
presented
way
with
to
enough of a record.
Okay.
So
the
for
way
me,
to
no.
get a way to avoid having a 3-2 or 2-3 vote is to continue it to the next meeting and put together this little record that we're talking about. This is all this is not.
But why don't we look at the arborist report that already exists, and that might fill in a big part of it.
I don't believe it does, Anne, but you can ask them to bring it up if you want.
Okay. Yeah, do you mind Dylan and Laura bringing it up? I'm trying to look at the notes, but it's a 400-page packet, and I haven't got my finger on it yet.
That's okay. I have it pulled up as the attachment that I had to the report. It's a little bit easier for me to do it that way.
Yeah.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So the tree in question that we're discussing is this tree. It's noted as number 6. It's a coast redwood. And so the original arborist report and the one that we received after the staff packet was distributed last week, and Bill can correct me if I'm wrong, the information for this tree has not changed. It was to add the other trees that were requested through that third party. But the arborist did note this information in terms of health, recommendation of removal, etc.
But the arborist
I
didn't
think
actually
this is all
recommend.
it says.
But the arborist didn't recommend removal. He's just noting that it was recommended for removal, correct?
He proposed removal. So the end part right here is proposed removal. Otherwise, what would generally happen is the notes here, in my experience, is the note would say you would either do like hand trenching or you would have a TPZ zone to keep the tree. So in terms of the conversation that happened between the project team and the arborist, I'll defer to Bill, but in terms of when I read this, I look at this as he is saying that it could be removed. It is that he would be comfortable with it being removed and he's proposing removal.
So I got that, Dylan, but I don't think that answers the questions.
Right.
In terms of, what would it mean? What are the options? How goes it? So I don't think that's going to satisfy Judith at this
Which
point.
is fine. I understand.
Yeah, and there are a few statements with some recommendations about, protecting the tree and the distance around the tree. So there are some general assumptions, like standard arborist assumptions that are mentioned in the report. There's not a detailed description of this particular tree in relationship to a specific proposal of the parking lot around it. There's the generalizations.
But are there findings, and I'm using that word loosely, are there findings that an arborist needs to make to take heritage trees out? I mean, I thought that was kind of the point of getting arborists involved with heritage trees.
Well, they're oftentimes going to look at, as we've discussed, like the health of the tree itself, because maybe there would be more of an inclination to remove the tree if there is already something about it that we're not aware of. So sometimes they can do a more detailed study of an individual tree if there's an issue or a question around removal. And then there's going to be a discussion of what the project is and the relationship between the project and the tree. So could you alter the design of the project to be able to still reasonably have that tree survive it? And what would you have to do to protect that tree? So that would be the specific tree protection measures. And then there would normally be a section that talks about things like damage to buildings and paving and other structures or facilities that might help to also evaluate the tree going forward and whether the tree is going to start to become a hindrance, because that would also normally be part of tree removal discussion or criteria.
Right, and does this arborist report, I mean, we're looking at the sort of one-line summary in the spreadsheet. Is there somewhere deeper in this arborist report that talks to those issues? Or is this something that is reasonable for us to ask the applicant to go back to the arborist and have him detail this out for us?
I believe it answers all of the questions excepting the ones that have been slightly brought up today. So I'm going to share my screen again, just so everybody can read the cover sheet.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Sure, I'm VPNing, so if it cuts out for whatever reason. So this is the cover sheet. I can scroll down whenever anyone needs, but
Can you make it any bigger?
oh, sure, absolutely. Is that too big or perfect?
No, that's good. And then hold it there. Yeah, thanks.
What tree number was it, Dylan?
It's number 6, so it's the first in the series in the parentheses.
And so it says the project will require removal of 19 trees. It seems to come in with the assumption that one must go because it's required for the project, right?
I would surmise that as well. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so it seems like what we're looking for from an arborist is not whether it needs to go for this specific architectural plan, but whether it's going to damage the building, be a hazard in the relatively near future. I'm not quite sure how to phrase this. But that seems like what we're looking for, right? As additional information.
And that's certainly what I surmised.
Well, I took away that you were also potentially looking for information about if there was a reduction in parking or an alternative arrangement that could, we think, maybe save the tree. Could the arborist evaluate that and to say, even if you did these things or designed it this way, there would still be damage to the tree or would not be damage to the tree?
Yes.
I felt like that was one of the questions that I heard.
That was kind of the third point. I was just, the first two were sort of straight up on the tree itself. And then the second was, if we went forward with a modified version of this project, would the tree likely survive?
So my surmise on that was, if the parking moves to the front, the tree is a goner. And, it's really that decision. So is that enough, Laura?
But isn't that what, that's I think we're asking an arborist, rather than our surmising stuff, we're asking the arborist to say, if we were willing to, if we ask the applicant to go back and basically save the tree, in other words, find another way to deal with the parking that tree represents, save the tree, would the tree survive if it had additional parking places next to it and it had an additional drive-through next to it? Because that's the other aspects of the plan.
I think we agree.
Yeah, okay. So, all right, so those seem like the three things we're asking of the arborist. All right. So is everybody comfortable with the arborist piece? We've got the groundwater piece. So Judith, I guess I'm going to ask you, I still unfortunately don't think I quite understand what it is that you're asking of the applicant. I'm happy to have you describe it.
Well, what you outlined is pretty much it. What has been evaluated and what is the impact on the arborist report of any other arrangement? You just described it.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was moving on from the arborist report and going back to the parking question. You were asking. That was kind of your, I'm not comfortable with the parking. I just want to make sure that we give the applicant a clear sort of sense of what we would need to make a decision next time and not be.
Yeah, no, I think if you got that, the question is how many parking spots are actually needed. They said they'll use whatever they get. So then it comes down to, for the tree, is there a way of working to preserve an area that lets the tree continue and as much parking as is possible remain? And that wasn't really covered. I think the arborist report supplemented with, we considered, removing 1 or 2 spaces. It did or didn't move the dial. It's exactly what you've already been discussing. So I wouldn't add to it.
All right, so the parking, you weren't really questioning the 18 spaces and what they were going to do with them per se. It was just if it was possible to reduce that enough to save the tree. Yeah. Okay,
what would it take?
Okay, yeah. Great. I may have misunderstood. It's getting late, so if I did, I apologize. So,
no worries.
So Judith, also on that same question, it makes a big difference if you're going for front or behind on the parking. Are you okay with the parking being in the front, or are you still leaving it open that it would move back to the behind?
I think you're pressing me too much. I don't feel like I have enough information. So I will directly comment that I do respect what the neighbors have expressed concerns about privacy and their situation. It would be great to be able to find a balance. I guess my question is, have we really pressure tested this enough to know that choice has to be made? And I think we're narrowing down what further information can inform it. So, if you guys want to vote, you vote.
No.
Be my guest.
I apologize if I was pressuring you.
Craig, I think so admirable to try to get to a consensus, and that would be great. But I also think there's value in moving projects ahead, especially in my view, and I realize this is just me, that we're unlikely to get more information that really informs our decision, that what we have now, I think you can always get more information, but we're still just gonna have to put a ton of judgment into it. If I put you on the spot and ask how you'd vote on a motion, if I
How about you
proposed
put a motion forward?
and then I'll find out. Okay, I would like to make a motion. Is this a good time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the only thing I was gonna say is I'm not sure what motion you're gonna make, because we sort of.
Well, I know, I'll make it.
All right, fine. Man. Go ahead, let's see.
You can modify it. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to the council going ahead with this project, kind of as approved by ASCC, with the plan as it is now, which includes removal of a lovely tree, with the addition that the water quality issue be dealt with in an appropriate way.
Okay,
Second.
all right. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, so all in favor of the motion as stated, raise your hand.
We need to have a roll call vote, and I just want to confirm there is a resolution that is prepared. So the motion should take the form of that you make the
Approving
motion,
the resolution.
adopt the resolution.
Okay, shall I restate that? I'd like to mention that we adopt the resolution that was in our packet. Do I need to add the little addition with when it goes to the council that the water quality be studied the right way?
Yeah, I think it could be something like prior to issuance of a building permit or a grading permit, the applicant shall provide an analysis of any groundwater and soil contamination and provide construction best management practices to address any issues.
Wow, that was brilliant, Ann.
That sounds great. I wish I said that.
That would be, I think, reasonable language.
Second.
So I mean, I don't know how official we're being here, but I think you just took a friendly amendment to your motion, because we have a motion on the table. Either that or we have to basically go through that one, get rid of it and put this other one on. But,
Oh, I'm allowed to rescind my first, right? That wasn't the resolution version.
I think you can do a friendly sort of replacement.
He's really good at this.
Yeah.
It's called,
That
yeah,
was
you
a
can
friendly
do a
resolution.
rescission of the motion, or you can do a substitute motion.
I like
So
substitute motion.
Right. And then you get a second on the substitute motion?
Second.
Second, all right. All right, can we do a roll call? Laura, would you do the roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Goulden,
Aye.
Commissioner Koffsill,
Aye.
Commissioner Targ.
Nay.
I'm sorry, is that a nay?
Nay. Nay.
Commissioner Haskell,
Nay.
Chair Taylor.
And I'm unfortunately a nay as well. And I want to move this forward. So I mean, I feel bad about being the sort of deciding vote here, but for me, the thing that if we got the arborist report and the arborist report comes back and we have enough information to make this with this information in the record, because we got a lot of public comment on the tree and the issues around the tree. And I'm just uncomfortable moving forward on our speculating, and we might be perfectly right in our speculation and our surmising, but I'd rather be able to tell the public, look, we asked the applicant to get us the information from an arborist, they got it for us, and then we made a decision based on that. So that's the reason I'm voting no in this case.
Okay, I just want to point out though, there's a good chance the arborist report's going to come back and it's going to be, the parking lot might hurt the tree might grow into the building in 7 years.
And that's fine. And it's, if I hear it from an arborist rather than I'm hearing it, as much as I love John, from, you know, I'd rather hear it from the arborist than from John. Because I feel like I can go back to the public and say, look, this is what we got and we had to make a decision. I agree with you. I don't think next, you know, if we get it back in 2 weeks, that necessarily we will have an easy decision to make. But I just don't like the fact that we're making guesses. This just, it feels kind of fundamentally wrong to me as a process.
I think it has to do with business backgrounds and lawyer backgrounds, and it's a really good thing we have all of us on the commission.
Right. Yes. So, but unfortunately, I'm siding with the lawyers tonight. Sorry, guys.
I know. That's gotta. Well, you got to think about that. And
so-
Judith's not smiling.
All right. So to try to move this-
Taylor, can I just ask one question? Have we resolved the groundwater issue through the condition that Laura proposed, or do you still want further report on that issue?
I'm fine with the condition that was proposed, provided the applicant will include it as part of its project rather than are including it as a condition of approval.
And I would be fine with that as well. So, okay. So we had two other things on the list. We had CUP and we had sort of architectural development permits, which I have to say, I didn't even really understand what, Dylan, you were asking for in number 4. Is there discussion on the CUP that we think we could do tonight, or should we just continue the hearing at this point and discuss this at the next meeting? Just interested in getting, you know, a quick sort of straw poll, so to speak, from the other commissioners.
Dylan, I'd like to know what he's looking for, because
Okay, so Dylan, on numbers 3 and 4, could you elaborate a little bit on what you were looking for?
And referring to 3 and 4.
So
with
you had
on the staff report.
Yeah, on the staff report, which was number 3 was the CUP, and number 4 was architectural and site development permits or something close to that.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it was more of if you had any contrary thoughts or additional items that you wanted to add as conditions of approval that were already in place on the project through the ASCC recommendation that's shown in Exhibit B. I was just presenting it as you have that ability, authority, and opportunity. That's really what it was, particularly to the last item. So for example, if you wanted to add a condition about the arborist report, and that was linked to the architectural and site development permits, for example, you would be allowed to do that. That's really what the thought was in that bullet. It was more simple than I should have explained it more. I thought it was more simple.
That's fine. You've explained it now. That's perfect. So are there other CUP restrictions that any of the commissioners think that they're likely to want to bring up at the next hearing that we maybe want to sort of pre-flight a little bit now? So I'm seeing a no from Judith. Nicholas, you got anything? No. Anne? No. John? I can't see your head, so. All right, so unless there's objection, I think we should continue the hearing, get the arborist report, and then move forward. So we need a motion to continue the hearing.
Yeah, I would recommend that we just take a moment for the applicant to talk about timing, because with our
Absolutely.
noticing requirements, it's worthwhile to pause here a moment and think about when it may be possible to come back.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the calendar, and the next Planning Commission meeting is on July 7th. And so that would be the next time that it would be possible for staff to bring it back. Applicant team, that means that we would need additional information from your arborist by by next Friday, the 25th. So it's a question of whether that would be possible in order to continue it to that specific date. I think the
That's
other
right.
materials we could address if there's anything else.
The arborist is local. He's very familiar with the tree. Hopefully he can squeeze it in his schedule and get it done that quickly. But I don't know for sure his schedule. He might be on vacation for all I know, so I would have to confer with the arborist about his availability. He is familiar with the tree, so I think the actual re-inspection and writing up the report won't be the bigger problem is fitting it in his schedule in that tight time frame.
So if it's possible, I think what I would recommend we do is we continue the public hearing to July 7th and plan on holding it at that time. And then if we're not able to get the materials in time, we would just reopen that public hearing and continue it to the next meeting.
Okay.
That way we don't have the time period of having additional noticing and questions about what the timing is going to be.
Yeah, and that sounds right to me. I mean, I definitely want to see this move ahead, and getting it to sort of time certain definitely feels like a better approach than just continuing indefinitely. So applicant, thank you for trying to work within a very tight constraint. And if for some reason you can't get it done, then we'll just recontinue the hearing if that's what we need to do. But I think this is the best way to keep this thing moving as fast as possible. Okay, so I would entertain a motion to continue the hearing until July 7th. Okay, I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All right. Is there any discussion? All right, Laura, could you do the roll call, please?
Commissioner Goulden,
Aye.
Commissioner Targ,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskell,
Aye.
Vice Chair Koff-Still,
Aye.
and Chair Taylor.
Aye. Okay, I don't know if I'm technically closing the public hearing because I think that closes when we close the public comment, but in any case, that closes this agenda item. Thank you all for hanging in here with us. I know this can be a frustrating and long process, but we are committed to getting through it with you. So we will see you on July 7th. All right, with that, I would like to move on. The next thing on the agenda was the ad hoc housing element. Is there staff report or staff comment on this? I wasn't quite sure what this was.
Yeah, there is a staff comment. You'll remember that you appointed 2 members of the Planning Commission to the Ad Hoc Housing Element Committee, Commissioner Targ and Vice Chair Koff-Still. When the council was making their appointments of the residents at a council meeting, there was some discussion and a thought by a resident that we had 2 representatives that are married from the ASCC and from the Planning Commission. So Al Sill is a representative from ASCC and Ann Koff-Still was a representative from Planning Commission. So the council suggested that the ASCC and the Planning Commission may just wish to think about that recommendation and see if you thought it was appropriate to come up with an alternative. And if not, I think that the council thought that that would be okay. I don't think that it was a direction to change representatives, but rather to think about it. And so we brought this issue to the ASCC, and the ASCC thought that their appointment of Al Sill was still an appropriate appointment. So they stuck with that. And then I'm bringing it here for your consideration. And obviously Councilmember Hughes is here as well, if you wanted any thoughts from him on the council perspective.
And please remind me how many people are on the ad hoc housing element committee?
15 now. Yeah, the council added 2 people, so up to 15.
Okay.
And might I talk just so the public knows how this came about? Al and I do not have an agenda to get on the housing element or to steer it in a. Both of us have a lot of work on our respective committees. A topic that is going to be, has been and is before both is the Stanford Wedge project. Our house borders that property, so in both cases, both committees, we've recused ourselves. So I think for sure on this commission, the Planning Commission, people thought that since me and actually Nicholas is recused from that project also for a different, that we kind of had maybe a little extra time for town government than other commissioners had. So we both, so we volunteered. And I think for my husband on the ASCC, the thinking was partly the same. So, you know, it's not a coincidence that we both ended up on it. It's because we both live in house that forced recusal on a big time sink project.
Okay, thank you for that.
Oh, but if this commission would like to appoint someone else, I would be totally happy with that. I am willing to serve on it, but I didn't, you know, I would also be very happy for one of you to serve on it.
Great, so thank you for that. So I'd like to open it up and see if there's any public comment on this agenda item. So Rita Combs, Rita, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I attended the town council meeting when they had added the 2 extra people outside of the regular questions, I guess, interview process that they had for the 9 or 7 that they originally appointed, and then added those 2 other people outside of the regular interview process, and heard the discussion. And I would like it if the married couple was not also on this group. There's enough overlap of other things and non-representation of all the neighborhoods already. And it would just be good if it was just a little bit cleaner. So nothing against you personally, but we just need things a little bit cleaner. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. John Silva, you're up next.
Okay, I just want to say I see no need for Al and Ann to be divorced to serve on this committee.
Oh, that's that's our plan. I forgot to mention that.
Hey, we can fix that.
I have expansive views on the subject of marriage, I must admit. But, you know, I felt badly because of the provisions of state law that I think may be a bit overly broad. They were banned from holding forth, or they had to recuse themselves from the Stanford Wedge project. So I think to the extent they can be involved in the broader issue of housing, because I have great respect for their intellect, I personally think that's a good thing. But then again, I don't know, you know, if there are other people that might be included that, you know, I don't want to say anything against any alternate candidate, but I have great faith in Al and Ann. And having been involved in intimate relationships, I know that often those you're most intimate with, you argue with the most vociferously and forcefully. And I certainly learned when I'd met my match, and shall I say, she was a worthy advocate and adversary.
Opponent.
I love her dearly still. Anyway, that I'll shut up now.
Okay, thank you, John. Okay, so is there any other public comment before I close? All right, so seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment. Is there a discussion among the commissioners? Is anybody else interested in taking this task on that Ann basically took on at my request? So, I mean, you know, she didn't beat me up to take on this role. So she was doing it because we need 2 people from the commission, and she was willing to do it. So do we have other commissioners that are willing to do it? I'm not seeing a lot of enthusiasm there, so do we?
Craig,
ahead.
can I just make a comment? I'm simply not worried about an issue with Anne and Al serving. They're going to be two of many, and I think their perspectives are informed. So personally, I'm not worried about this at all.
Yeah, great. So that was where I was going to give somebody an opportunity to volunteer, and then if they didn't, then I was going to get to exactly this topic. So, so among the commissioners, are there other concerns about the COPSILs plural serving on basically a committee, an ad hoc committee?
I am not concerned.
Okay. Nicholas, do you have any comments? Okay.
Only if I'm of two minds, do I get two votes?
Well, sure, you can have a lot of votes until we do roll call.
No, but okay.
No, I have no problem.
Okay, thank you. And I feel the same. I feel this is a large enough committee, and at the end of the day, it is a committee that reports to the council, and it is ultimately a council decision. So I'm not terribly concerned about it either. So do you need a motion on this, or as long as we don't appoint somebody else, we just move forward?
We just move forward. We'll report to the council, and then Craig can add additional detail if they're looking for it.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to close this agenda item and move on. Are there any commission reports? Or I'm not, sorry, committee reports?
Yeah, I attended the ASCC on Monday and was again astonished at what a competent group of people who are giving of their time and watch them in action review a project in which they had provided comments, and 201 in front of the project applicant appreciating the advice that had been rendered, and watched a very appreciative ASCC. It is heartening to see.
Excellent. Any other committee reports? All right, is there any public comment on the one committee report we had? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close this agenda item and move on to staff reports. Are there any additional staff reports?
I gave my report earlier in the meeting that there's going to be a joint meeting of Planning Commission and ASCC regarding the Stanford Faculty Housing Project. So that will be posted to the website, and a packet will be distributed. So I just want to make sure everyone had a chance to hear that.
Okay, great. Thank
And
you.
just confirming, the public gets the packet at the same time we do.
Yes.
Yeah. There seemed to be some confusion about that previously.
Yes, it's typically going to be the Friday before the meeting for our Planning Commission and ASCC meetings. Sometimes it's on Thursday, but usually it will be on Friday.
Thank you.
And I think it's, it's helpful for the public just to have a sense for what's coming up. I mean, even if they don't have the packet, just knowing that this is on its way, I think is important. So I think we got that. Okay. Is there any public comment on the staff report agenda item? Christy, go ahead.
So just clarifying what you're bringing to ASCC regarding the Stanford Wedge.
I'm sorry, are you making a comment?
No, I'm asking what it is that is being presented.
So this was discussed earlier. We're going to basically have a joint meeting of ASCC and Planning Commission to discuss story polls and staking the site and kind of what the requirements are. And this will be a notice meeting, and there will be an agenda and a packet that will be provided.
Okay, was there one other thing added to the story poll? Did I hear that?
The story polls and the staking is the first topic. The second topic is a state density bonus law. answering the questions that the commissions had previously asked in their previous study sessions.
Okay, and will you also be discussing the ADU addition to 2 of the units?
So, so I'd like to stop this. So when the packet comes out, it will have the agenda, and what's on the agenda is what we will discuss at that meeting. So I think Laura's just trying to give all of us a heads up that this is the kind of stuff that's coming, but the only thing that's for sure is what comes out in that packet. So I want to be careful we don't get into this. Well, what about this and what about that? I think there is a meeting. It is on the 30th, and it will be with the Planning Commission and the ASCC, and it will be related to the Stanford Wedge project.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, is there any other public comment? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close this agenda item out and move on to approval of the minutes. Are there any comments on the minutes? And in Zoom, I can never quite look at Judith the right way, but Judith, can we start off with you, since I know you're our best source of thoughtful comments on the minutes.
There's only 2 that I have. Read page 57, very top line. Said, the word said should be the word asked. And then read page 59, middle of the page where it starts Carolyn Vertonghen. 3 lines down, you need a comma after the Stanford Wedge. That's it.
Thank you. Other comments on the minutes? And
I have a question, and I have a general one for you all at first. If one of us misspoke, said something incorrect, do we change that in the minutes, or the minutes need to have the words, you know, if you said something wrong, that's what you said.
The minutes should reflect what happened at the meeting. So if you misspoke, we should not really be correcting that in the minutes. But we do have someone who summarizes for us. So we want to make sure that it's been summarized accurately to what you feel that you said.
I see.
And I would add,
go ahead,
just
Craig.
if I may, Craig.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah.
You can also, in reviewing the minutes, not change the minutes, but make a comment that will go into the minutes for this meeting. So if you find that you said something that you've discovered to be inaccurate, you can tell us that now, and it won't change the minutes you're reviewing, but it will be in the minutes for this meeting that you made that correct.
I see. Okay, good. Let me tell you what I saw, and then maybe on read page 61. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. In the paragraph that says Vice Hopsill. Oh, and this is in reference one of the letters that we got. I was quoting this, and it says, the second sentence, she said that the ordinance has already addressed restricting ADUs in the very high and high severity fire hazard. It's incorrect. It would be correct sentence if it took out the words and high. This next sentence is correct. She said that the very high severity hazard zone map does map closely to the limitations the town has put in. That sentence is good. And I didn't listen to the Zoom thing. I don't know if this is mistranscribed or I actually misspoke. I guess if you go back in the
So what is
transcript and I didn't say this, that would be good.
What is it?
Oh,
She wants it to be very high, not high and very high.
I wanted to say, yeah, in the very high, and take out the words and high.
Okay.
But if I didn't say it, I mean, if this is what I said, then we'll live with
Yeah,
it.
but that's your bad. It's okay. Done.
But maybe I didn't even say this. Sometimes it's the
Yeah.
transcript's not.
So Laura, you look at the transcript and just, you know, really check to make she actually said high and very high. And if she did, we'll take this as the correction at this meeting. And if she didn't, then you'll just correct the minutes.
Right, so if we'll check it and see, we'll change it if the transcription got it wrong. If the transcriptionist got it right, we will leave it, but then Anne will have in the record from this meeting that what she intended to say.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay. And that's all my minutes, comments.
Okay. Nicholas, any comments?
I have none.
John?
Done.
Okay. So are there any comments from the public on last meeting's minutes? All right, seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
I approve.
I make that motion.
Second.
So, all right, fine. So Anne made the motion.
Okay,
John
I
seconded.
seconded it.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter, just as long as,
She was
all right.
good to me.
Is there any further discussion? All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Goulden,
Aye.
Commissioner Targ,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskell,
Aye.
Vice Chair Koff-Sill,
Aye.
Chair Taylor.
Aye. Great. All right. So with that, I think we're at the end of the agenda. Could I have a motion to adjourn?
Oh,
I'll make that.
I'll second that.
Excellent. No discussion required. Do we need a roll call? No. Okay.
Kara's saying yes. She wants me to take a roll call when we're
Oh.
virtual.
Okay.
Okay. So
Commissioner
Aye.
Goulden,
Yes.
Commissioner Targ,
Yes.
Commissioner Haskell,
Yes.
Vice Chair Koff-Sill.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Aye.
Okay.
Good night, all. Thank you.
What unanimous
night. Bye,
consent is
everybody.
for.
Ah, yes. There we go.
And to the public, the diehard public that's still with us, thank you as well for attending. Good night, all.
Thanks,
Night,
everyone.
Thank you.